WPEN HD1, Burlington, Philadelphia. A Beasley Media Group station. Broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studios. Powering possibilities. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. Now, Andrew Salchunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Wednesday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salchunas. It's the midday show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. We've reached the midway point of the week, which is great. That means we can start looking ahead to the weekend, which is what Ray and I were doing before the show started. So that's where our heads are at. We're thinking about Saturday and Sunday, and, it's still only Wednesday, but we're halfway there. It's a big weekend in store. Obviously, you got Super Bowl Sunday. Unfortunately, the Eagles are not in it, but it's still going to be fun to pay attention to. It's been a wild week so far with all the Joel Embiid speculation, and at the same time, looking ahead to the trade deadline, which is tomorrow. The NBA trade deadline is tomorrow, and by all accounts, it looks like the Sixers are still going to be active, which I believe is the right decision to make. I don't think that they should go all out and, pay top dollar for the biggest player out there. I think they should add players to a team as if Joel Embiid were playing. And we'll give you an update from Adrian Wojnarowski later on this hour because he gave you pretty much that same sentiment. So they're all listening to the show, Ray, which is great. I appreciate Woj and Shams listening to the show, and maybe getting into the year of the Sixers, or maybe the Sixers are listening to the show and they're telling Woj and Shams like, man, this Andrew Salchunas kid is bright. We're going to go off of what he's been saying the last week and a half. So yeah, I think it's cool that the Sixers do that. But something I want to get into today. Yesterday we talked about our love of being a Philadelphia sports fan, right? Because it isn't winning. Because we haven't seen that much winning. But we still love being a Philadelphia sports fan. We love our teams, number one, but we love everything that comes with being a Philadelphia sports fan. We talked about the community, the family feel, where it's either in Philadelphia or somewhere else. I do the Philly sports trips with our man Vince, and I fly out to Denver, and I'm surrounded by Eagles fans. And even the people that aren't a part of the trip, there's Eagles fans that are out there. Eagles fans travel so well. It's that community. You wear an Eagles hat in the most random parts of the United States, like Ray was in Wyoming, and you got to go Birds, right? Like, it's incredible how far we are across this country and how cool it is, right? So we talked about that a lot. Now, today, I want to take another step back, and I want to talk about our enjoyment of sports, or what we enjoy and what we don't enjoy, because I got a very interesting tweet yesterday. A tweet that I wanted to get into because it's something that I didn't agree with. However, I then Googled to see what kind of data there is, and he's on to something. But doing what I do, talking to all of you for a living, 5 days a week, I know that a lot of you above a certain age are still fans of a certain sport. So I got a tweet yesterday that I would love to dive into because I would love to get your opinion no matter what side of this you're on, because I'm sure there are some people that agree with this man. So I got a tweet yesterday from Scott Kramer. And he tweeted us around noon, and I just saw it during the after the show. So I apologize, Scott. I'm sorry that I didn't see your tweet until after the show, but it caught my attention so much that I actually texted it to Ray at 4:53 yesterday. So that's when I saw the tweet. I can tell you, I saw this tweet, almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and I said, I got to send this to Ray because this is something that we can get into. So Scott tweets at me right around noon yesterday. No one over the age of 30 cares about the NBA. Please start mixing in Phillies. I found that interesting because I know a lot of great Sixers fans and basketball fans that I talk to for a living, right, that are above the age of 30. I think about our man, Tasty Cake Dom. Dom, I'm not going to pin an age on you, but my guess is you're above the age of 30 because I just turned 30. That's just a guess, educated guess, right? So I know there's a lot of great NBA fans that live in this area, especially how we talk about this being a basketball town, that are above the age of 30. And we work in a business where age groups is a big deal, right? You read the articles, ratings, ages 25 to 54, but then you could break it down, right? The 25 to 34 range, the 35 to 44 range, the 45 to 54 range, right? Like, it's also what we do for a living. And so when Scott sent me that email, my initial thought was, this guy's crazy. But then I did a little research, and it showed that after the age of 30, there is a drop-off of interest. And not just interest, there is an increase of people who don't watch it at all. Now, this is nationally. This is not just Philadelphia. So, obviously, it's different in different cities across the United States, depending on what what kind of basketball team you have. I know that there are a lot of people above the age of 30 that love the Sixers in Philadelphia. I don't know if there's a bunch of fans above the age of 30 in Charlotte that love the Hornets. I don't know. I don't think Charlotte's a big basketball town. Just my guess, right? I hear Terry Rozier talking about when he goes to Miami, they hate losing in Miami. Whereas in Charlotte, it's just another day, right? So I want to get into, I guess, your overall interest in each of the respective sports and where you see the trends are going. Because basketball, I don't know, within this past 10 years was trending upward in a big way, man. I remember having conversations of would the Sixers' interest ever rival the Eagles' interest? Like, we had those conversations on these airwaves. The NBA was thriving, depending on the age group, but the NBA was thriving. It was looking up. And then it took a dip recently. The NFL, a league in which everybody complains about, myself included. Can't touch the quarterback. There's a penalty, it seems like, every single play. The product might not be all that great. That's something that I complained about a lot this year. I thought the product in the NFL sucked this year. I never stopped watching it. I love the NFL. A bad Thursday night Amazon game is better, and ratings will tell you, better than the best matchup in the NBA, than the best matchup in baseball, than the best matchup in hockey. So for all the complaining that we do about the NFL, nobody goes away from it. A lot of people do go away from basketball when they start complaining about things. Hockey when they start complaining about things. It takes the Flyers to have relevance in this city for people to watch hockey, period, right? Like, it's one thing. Ray and I are big baseball heads. We're seam heads, Ray. The Phillies were on a 10-year playoff drought. I still watch them, but I was also entrenched with any other team. I was watching the playoffs. I remember talking to Connor Thomas. This amazed me. Connor was a big baseball guy. Stopped watching the playoffs when the Phillies weren't in it. And I thought that was insane, but I know that there's people like that. When your team is not in it, you're not as interested. So I wonder where the trends are heading for you. Baseball is finding new life in Philadelphia. Now, part of that is because the team has been successful, right? They get to the World Series 2 years ago. They get to the NLCS last year. Bryce Harper's been here for 5 seasons now, so there's been a lot of fanfare surrounding Bryce. Even the years where they collapsed and didn't make the playoffs, there was still excitement for what was to come. And I think the trend in baseball here in this city is now bridging across all ages, right? And I think it's become such an event for, I guess, our demographic, right? I mean, you look at the lots on a playoff game, it is packed. And there are a lot of young people that are not even going into the game, which is something that people do for Eagles games, right? You just go to the lots to hang out. When you've become the place to be, you know that the younger, demographic of people are starting to get involved. So I would love to hear from you on the phones today at 610-632-0975. Right, we're another day away from NBA trade deadline. Tomorrow's going to be a big NBA, big Sixers day tomorrow. So I apologize to Scott Kramer because he's above the age of 30, and he says nobody above the age of 30 cares about basketball. So tomorrow's going to be a big NBA day. Friday, we'll have a lot of fun leading up into the Super Bowl with the Chiefs and 49ers. We'll talk Eagles in respect to that, where the Eagles rank among those teams that are still playing in the big game and just how disappointing the fall off was. Today, a little bit different. Today, I want to take a big picture conversation about sports in general. Where is your interest level in all the respective sports? Where do you see the trends? Do you see your friends caring about things more? To me, one of the coolest things with the Phillies the last couple of years has been my buddies. Like, I have some really, 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 really tight friends who they like sports, but they're not like you and I, right? They're not like you if you're listening right now because I think they listen to the show sometimes. My buddy's on the radio, right? I don't think they care as much. But what's cool is when the Phillies are good, they're texting me about a game in August, not just Red October. We're talking about a game in August. So that trend is showing that they are now grabbing the attention of people. But I want to hear your response, your reaction to that tweet I got from Scott Kramer, who says, stop talking about basketball. Nobody above the age of 30 cares about the NBA. I think here in Philadelphia, he is way off base. But he might not be wrong. Clearly, he's in circles. He talks to people. I don't think he would say that just about his own opinion. Or maybe he does, because I know people are like that. But I'd love to hear from you. 610-632-0975. I'll get Ray's thoughts on this coming up. I would love to hear from you on the phones. I'll give you this update from Joel Embiid. Adrian Wojnarowski was on NBA Live yesterday on ESPN and gave his 2 cents on what he's hearing about Joel Embiid. Again, to me, another positive update based off of what I'm hearing. Maybe I'm looking for positive updates, but what Woj said made me happy, and it also made me happy that the Sixers, I believe, have the right plan of attack for tomorrow's NBA trade deadline. Speaking of the Super Bowl, I'll give you more prop bets as the show goes on today. We never got to this Deebo Samuel quote from yesterday. We'll get to that at some point during the show. A lot in store for you today. It's going to be a little bit, less yelling and screaming. It's going to be more, hey, where's your interest level with these sports? I'm Andrew Salchunas. It's the Midday Show right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
76ers and Warriors tonight. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Discover. Discover wants everyone to feel special with live 24/7 customer service. Learn more at discover.com/credit card. Limitations apply. The Embiid-less 76ers return to the floor tonight. Embiid underwent surgery on Tuesday on his left meniscus, and the 76ers will reevaluate him in 4 weeks. The 76ers have lost 6 of 7 games and slipped to 4-11 without Embiid this season. As for the Warriors, they've won 3 of 4, including 1 over the 76ers last week. Out west, 76ers host the Warriors tonight at 7:30. You can hear the live call right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Elsewhere in the NBA, the trade deadline is Thursday. That's tomorrow. Yahoo Sports linked the 76ers to the Pacers. Buddy Hield in a recent story looking at some of the trade deadline information coming out as teams, again, try to be aggressive here as we get closer to the deadline. As for the Flyers, they won 2-1 last night over the Florida Panthers. The win broke a 5-game losing skid as the Flyers returned from the All-Star break in a big way. Travis Konecny and Noah Cates scored goals in the win. The Flyers will return to action tomorrow night against the Winnipeg Jets at 7 o'clock. The Philadelphia Inquirer's Matt Breen will join the show coming up at 12:30 to talk all things Philadelphia sports. I'm Ray Dunn. Breaking sports news all day, every day is here. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
The Flyers will battle the Devils on Saturday, February 17th at MetLife Stadium as part of the 2024 NHL Stadium Series. And 97.5 The Fanatic has your tickets. Listen at 8 a.m. with The John Kincaid Show, noon with Andrew Salchunas, and 4 p.m. with the best show ever for your shot to win. Visit 975thefanatic.com for complete details and another chance to secure tickets for the 2024 NHL Stadium Series.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text ENERGY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ENRGY to 42424. That's ENERGY to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, it's John Marks. Growing up here, I know that the fans get the last word. The fans have spoken, and real Philly sports fans love the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only online casino and sportsbook app that I recommend. 24/7 live casino action. Join me now and download the BetParx app, and all your favorite casino games are right at your fingertips. Bet on all your favorite sports. Philly hoops, Philly hockey, college basketball, and more. Odds, bets, slots, and games right in your pocket. Play the hottest online slots or play play blackjack, roulette, baccarat, or Texas Hold'em with a live dealer right on your phone. Get winning on the BetParx app. It's so simple. New users join me right now. Just download the app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're not a winner in your first 24 hours. Details on the BetParx app or at betparx.com. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wawa's new Snack and Go wraps make any time snack time. These small snacks are the perfect thing for a big flavor study break, a lunch didn't cut it craving, or a post-gym pick-me-up. They fit perfectly in one hand, so really, you've got room for two. Try a built-to-order Snack and Go wrap today with flavors like buffalo or honey hot chicken, or customize your own breaded chicken strip Snack and Go wrap. Just $2.49 each. It's the perfect thing for snack time. Gotta have a Wawa. Wawa's leveling up their rewards program. Now you can rack up points on the items you buy every day, even fuel. Boost your totals with a breakfast sizzly. Score points with your morning coffee. With Wawa Rewards, you can choose to redeem them for what you love most, like an iced latte for an extra pick-me-up. Unlock the power of choice with the new Wawa Rewards. Get the Wawa app today. Fuel rewards not available in New Jersey. See full details at wawarewards.com.
Look, it's cold outside, right? Frosty, freezy in the mornings. Must be February. So if you finally had enough of the frigid drafts coming through your windows and the frustration of getting those energy bills, it's time to fight the February cold. You're going to get quality replacement windows now from Window Nation. So for this month only, replace your windows and save big with 50% off all style windows. Plus, 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 24 months. It's the shortest month of the year, but this is the best deal. The professional installation teams have over 10 years of experience. Plus, they can install your new windows in 1 day or less, and they come with a lifetime warranty. With proven quality and service, there's no wonder that thousands of homeowners trust Window Nation, and you know you can too. So don't miss out. With 50% off and 0 down, plus 0 interest and no payments for 24 months, you cannot afford to wait. And it's easy. All you do is call 866-90NATION after you've already done your window shopping online at windownation.com, and then you can schedule your free in-home estimate.
When my daughter gets a cold, I have a secret weapon. DayQuil Kids Berry from Vicks. DayQuil Kids is specially formulated to treat kids' most bothersome cold and cough symptoms quickly. And the best part is that DayQuil Kids Berry tastes really great. Aren't you supposed to be resting? Maybe.
DayQuil Kids Berry. The kids' berrylicious daytime congestion, coughing, stuffy head, stuffy nose, just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6 years plus.
Getting your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt can lead to some spirited reactions.
Jackson Hewitt!
Jackson Hewitt is so sure that you'll get your biggest refund that if they don't, you get your money back plus $100.
Jackson Hewitt!
And Jackson Hewitt also guarantees the accuracy of your return for life. So don't just sit there. For your biggest refund guaranteed, walk into a Jackson Hewitt today and dance out Jackson Hewitt! Yeah!
Texting enrolls you in a reoccurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Nice work.
Thanks. Taking Nugenix Total T makes a huge difference for me.
Nugenix? That's the testosterone booster with TV ads with Frank Thomas, right?
Yes.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yes. Nugenix is a great way to feel stronger with more energy and endurance. And as Frank says, you'll like it too.
Text ROCK to 369-369 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix. Text ROCK to 369-369. That's ROCK to 369-369.
Why do I go to Meineke? Because they offer same-day service. And with my busy schedule, I need my car to keep running safely.
Why do I go to Meineke? Because I get the best price for my auto repairs, and they fix everything.
Whatever your reason may be, regular maintenance, tires, brakes, batteries, exhaust systems, and more, trust your Delaware Valley Meineke with over 50 years of doing total car care right. And for the best price.
Is it possible to count on your network like your customers count on you? It is with Comcast Business, keeping businesses of all kinds up and running with a network powered by 99.9% reliability. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Don't wait. Call today. Ins 2/21/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 50 megabits per second internet and security edge. Eagle bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
I'm David Keller from David Auto, and what a great time to be a Philly sports fan. Man, I love Philly sports, and I love being your car dealer. Getting my clients the cars they want at the right price is a passion of mine. Cars for every facet of your life, and some of the hottest cars on the planet. So if you're listening, I can be your dealer. For years, you've told me how to be your dealer. I'm just the guy that listens. Enjoy your family, your friends, and our Philly sports. And when you need me and my amazing team, we'll be there for you. Because after all, I have always been your car dealer. You just didn't know it.
On your way home this afternoon, the best show ever starting at 2. Now more with Andrew Salchunas on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It's 10:21 on the Midday Show. I'm Andrew Salchunas. 10 o'clock hour brought to us by Window Nation. Take advantage of Window Nation's 50% off sale on all style windows. Plus, make no down payment with no payments and no interest for 12 full months. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Coming up later on this segment, I'll play you the clip from Adrian Wojnarowski on ESPN yesterday when he gave his update on Joel Embiid based off of the reporting that he has been doing. And obviously he's 1A, 1B with him and Sham. So we'll give you that update coming up in a second. But I would love to get some of your thoughts on the topic at hand at 610-632-0975. And I'll get to Ray here in a second. The topic today, your interest level in sports, all of the sports, and mainly your response to Scott Kramer. I got a tweet from a guy, Scott Kramer, yesterday. And Scott, if you're listening, I would love to hear from you because I would love to understand why you feel the way that you do. Scott tweeted at me yesterday, 5 of noon. It was at 11:54, whatever, yesterday. And he told me to stop talking about the Sixers because nobody above the age of 30 cares about the NBA. Now, I don't think that's true. There is national data to back that up, but I'm not doing a national sports talk show. I am doing a local sports talk show in Philadelphia, and I know that the Sixers are a big, big, big deal in this city. And the second that team finally gets out of the second round and does something, this city's going to jump on board just like they did with the Phillies. And which Scott said, stop talking NBA, start talking Phillies. And what's funny to me is, all right, so you say nobody above the age of 30 cares about the NBA. Well, under what age cares about baseball? It's one thing come Red October for everybody to be on board. Ray and I are outliers. Me being 30, Ray being 16, we're outliers when it comes to our fandom and love for the sport of baseball, not just with the Phillies, but nationally. So when Scott says, stop talking NBA, nobody above the age of 30 cares about it, well, you also got to think there are people under the age of 30 listening to the show. There are people under the age of, I don't know, let's say 45 that listen to the show because there is a change in terms of interest level for baseball, too, if you're under a certain age. Ray, good morning. What's up, man? How you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing great.
So I sent you that tweet. You as my, as my witness.
I did see that tweet.
At 4:53 yesterday was when I sent you that text.
It was 5 o'clock somewhere.
Which was when I saw that tweet. I'm sorry to Scott that I missed it during the show, but I saw that tweet and I said, "Oh, we could get into this." What was your response when I first sent it to you? Like when you read the tweet out loud to yourself, what were you thinking?
Those kids and their TikToks and their NBA and their all their little interests are ridiculous. Yeah, I didn't put too much into it. I understand. I think the NBA's done a great job of captivating a younger audience.
They have 100% aimed to marketing the younger audience. I will just tell you right now. So during the break, I did like an exercise with myself. They just announced the Celebrity All-Star Game.
Oh, this should be fun.
Dude, I think I knew 6 people.
Wow, 6 is actually high for you. I would have set the over-under at 3.5.
Like Ron Artest was one of them.
Okay.
So, there's former NBA and WNBA players that are in it. Walker Hayes, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a country singer.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
A couple of, Kai Kanat, is that his name? He's a big streamer. He pops up on my timeline all the time.
You really with the streamers. You're doing a better job than me.
He pops up on my timeline all the time. I've not watched a second of his content, but I know there's people that do. I mean, the guy's making millions of dollars, so clearly people are watching it. But just the celebrity portion of the All-Star Game is directed toward a younger audience.
Well, yeah, if you got streamers in there.
Yeah, big time. Yeah.
And I don't think Scott, no, and listen, Scott, again, you could call in and defend yourself on this one. I don't
He
think
probably
Scott
doesn't know some of the streamers,
is checking
yeah.
in with the streamers. It would be funny if he had the anti-NBA sentiment but was a streamer guy.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that there might be data out there that suggests that that's not nationally, people above the age of 30 don't care, but nationally also that includes places that don't have NBA teams, and, you don't have that local interest. I mean, 76ers here, I would not say that it's, once you turn 30, it's let's just talk about the Phillies and Eagles. I think there's a very considerable 76er interest, and especially with where this team's been and the storylines that have followed this team over the last 6 years, really the last decade since the process.
Right.
It's been an incredibly intriguing time to follow basketball in this town. I can't imagine that it is something that is closed off to just you and I. And now I'm getting kind of concerned because that means within another year, we're going to lose you in terms of Sixers content. You're not going to care.
Well, have you already lost me? Because I am 30 now.
Right.
I think it's 30 and above. That's what he said.
Oh.
So I'm out.
I thought it was above the age of 30.
That orange ball, man. I don't like it. I'm now all into baseball and golf. That's all I care about now, Ray.
Oh.
Because I've turned the corner.
Who do you got in the Waste Management Open this weekend?
Into the new decade. Who's still golfing? Tiger? Who's still in the PGA?
Yeah.
Because there's a new league.
Oh, yeah. Liv's got, are they in Vegas this weekend? They got something going on.
I think they are. You're right.
Throw a couple dollars on Phil?
Yeah.
There's no way
I mean,
Phil's golfing this
I just found it very interesting when I got that tweet. And I know this has always been a thing, right? Like there are age demographics that like certain sports more than others, right? Like baseball is the prime example. Now, it has dropped. The average age of viewers across the United States in Major League Baseball actually dropped a little bit in a good way in terms of it getting younger, which is great. And a lot of that probably has to do with pitch count, right? Or the pitch clock, because it's now making the game faster, which I do think that's a big deal. Gambling is a big part of it, right? Like I know guys that are in my age group, and Ray, I'm sure you do too, that aren't the biggest baseball fans, but there's Tuesday night action to bet on. The Phillies are off, right? Because the Phillies are usually off Mondays or Tuesdays. Phillies are off. You know what? Let me bet on the Cubbies and then take it on the Reds, right? And I'm going to watch the game now.
Nothing like a home run bet.
Right, so I do think that's a big part of it too. But I found that interesting. Ray, I mean, we do this for a living, so like we watch sports regardless, right? Like
true.
The sport that I'm most honest with everybody is soccer. I don't get into it. I've tried. I tried the Premier League.
Yeah, you chose a terrible team.
It didn't work for me. I'm not going to lie to you. I will rep the Union, because I'm a Philadelphian, right? But I'm not about to sit here and start saying how I'm the biggest Union fan just because I know there's people listening that would like to hear that, because I do think that there are people in this market that do that. They're all of a sudden Union fans because, wow, now I'm going to gain a couple more listeners, right? Like, I don't think that that's necessarily the best thing, right? Like, I don't want to lie to you. I also know that a lot of people don't watch the Phillies until the playoffs start. So, like, why is that? Like, why is it shame on me for doing that and not shame? But whatever. So I would love to get everybody's thoughts on this. But, Ray, like when it comes to you and I are outliers when it comes to baseball. But I think we have that love for all sports. Hockey for me is at the bottom of the four. I'm being honest with you. But I still love, like I've said this a million times, going to a Flyers game is an incredible experience. Every single time. It's so much fun. And it doesn't help that they've kind of been irrelevant over the last 10 years. Now they are, which is great, because you have a new regime with Keith Jones and Danny Briere. But for a while, they took a major backseat for a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, the up and down nature with them, you get the blip on the radar of 2020, but overall, it's been the up and down nature is frustrating and tough to, I think the thing that sustained the Phillies and the momentum and the reason why a lot of people are excited for them is because it wasn't just one blip in 2022. They came back and they made it interesting again in 2023 for you. They were on the doorstep of a World Series, and now you kind of ride that momentum.
And that's a big part of it for people.
Yeah, and even the Sixers, we got the whole wake me up at the second round crowd, but they have at least sustained this over years where, the storyline is intriguing to people. I guess, maybe this is my young, naive self saying it's, interesting to people, because I'm still shocked that, Scott gives you the 30 and under club. Like, I didn't know that this was just a young man's game over here.
He said everybody above the age of 30 does not care about basketball.
It's a sweeping statement.
It sure is. And I would love to hear from him, but I want to hear all your reaction to it. 610-632-0975. Going to get to the phones in a second, but oh my God, you want to talk about theater? Justina Anderson just tweeted out who the Cowboys are interviewing for their vacant defensive coordinator job. Did you see?
Billy Davis.
No.
Juan Castillo.
But you've been talking about this guy pining for a job based off of what he says on ESPN.
No.
Rex Ryan.
Oh,
I need it.
No.
Just like I need Chip Kelly to be in the NFC East, I need Rex Ryan to be the defensive coordinator of the Cowboys. I need it. I need the theater. Please. Now, obviously, Chip's not going to the Commanders because they already hired Cliff, so that's not the case. But I need this. If Rex Ryan goes to the Dallas Cowboys, that is tremendous theater. I need it, Ray. I'm sorry.
No, I don't think we can have this.
Why?
You're telling me Ryan's going to work for the Cowboys? What is this?
That's not, he might have more success than Buddy.
No.
What?
No,
Did I just say that out loud?
No. What are we doing here? What happened?
That's the latest.
Turning against the family here.
We'll keep you posted on that. Let's go to George in New Jersey. George, you're on the Fanatic.
Hello. We're taking you on speaker there. Hang on.
Oh, thanks, George. How you doing?
I apologize for that. I just needed to pull over.
You're good, man. How you doing?
Well, I'm a little insulted. I feel too old to be a basketball fan.
Oh yeah, you're not allowed. You should hang up now. You're not allowed to. You're not allowed to talk hoops, man.
Yeah, I mean, last night I was watching the Brooklyn and Dallas game, and back and forth between that and St. Joe's and Dayton.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if college is different. I wonder if the college game's different.
I don't know. NBA is pretty much my NBA and MLB are my favorite sports. I will watch just about any basketball game, and hell, I'll pull over and watch a Little League game.
Oh, that's cool.
But yeah, I mean, I'm an Eagles fan, but I'm not an NFL fan.
I got you. I know a lot of people that are like that.
I used to really be a big Flyers fan, but I can really care less about hockey anymore.
Well, once they start winning, it'll be like the Phillies for a lot of people. Now, you love baseball, but there's a lot of people that aren't. Yeah, exactly. So, and you'll jump on board with that.
After the lockout, and what was that, 2004?
Yeah, that was a big deal for a lot of people. I know that, but that was a big.
When they moved the damn red lines.
But the same thing happened in baseball. There was a lockout. Nobody was going to come back, and now they're starting to creep back a little bit because baseball had to make some changes, and they're starting to make changes, which is great. But I'm curious. So when you hear Scott, I don't know how old Scott is. But when Scott says no one over the age of 30 cares about the NBA, please start mixing in the Phillies. I'm all about mixing in the Phillies, but the statement of no one above the age of 30 cares about the NBA, I found that interesting.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I couldn't give a rat's behind about Eagles talk when they're not playing.
Right. And look, we all have our preferences, and I appreciate the call. I appreciate the call, George. Like, we all have our preferences. You're allowed to have your preference. It's just the sweeping state. Like, it's a sweeping statement of. And look, George. He's clearly listening to the show right now, right? Just called in. I appreciate the call. He probably turned on the radio expecting to hear Eagles talk. He wasn't going to then shy away from it because he's an Eagles fan. I'm just surprised that somebody out there makes that kind of a sweeping statement, and I don't believe that to be the case.
No, I mean, we're already getting tweets in. Obviously, George checking in. Natalie checking in with us. I'm 39 and an avid Sixers fan, second favorite team behind the Phillies. We got Terry checking in saying, with a text conversation between Terry and
he at the age of 47 and a 72-year-old dad. They're talking back and forth. Yeah.
So, I think the sweeping statement is kind of wild to make that assessment, especially again in this local market.
Right.
If you want to do the national thing, you're telling me that nationally, if I went out to where I was at that Eagles bar in Wyoming, that there's not a lot of NBA fans out there in Wyoming.
Yeah, that might be true.
That could be true.
Yeah.
I'm not going to, throw that out there. You think there might be less NBA fans in Pittsburgh,
But so I
That's
wonder,
fair.
and again, this is why, maybe I'll try to, I got to see if Scott's DMs are open because I would love for him to call in. I wonder if it's also it's not the way it used to be, NBA. Because that's a big deal for a lot of people that the game isn't the way it used to be. It's so soft now, which sounds exactly like we say about football. But football is just rising every single year.
And if he wants Phillies talk, it's not the same baseball that you grew up watching.
Yeah, there's no bunting.
Yeah, bunting. There's a pitch clock.
Guys aren't pitching past 5 innings on a consistent basis. So Brad checks Bradley. He goes, I'm over 30, and I enjoy the Sixers, especially when they're good. The problem with the NBA is it's become a foul fest, which limits my enjoyment. You can't go 2 possessions without a foul being called. And so I wonder if that's sort of the, back in my day, the NBA wasn't like that. And now it's taken a step back. But in terms of marketing, I mean, the NBA is incredible at all that kind of stuff. The Sixers are sold out every single night. So I don't know where Scott's getting at with that. All right, let's get to more calls. 610-632-0975. Let's go to Hash in Westchester. What's up, Hash?
Yeah, no, it's Nash, although Nash is interesting as well.
What's up, Nash? Steve? How you doing, Steve Nash?
What's up, guys? Hey, so I think he sounds like an idiot for a couple reasons. So first and foremost, I think you said this, Andrew, a little more Phillies is always welcome, right? So
yeah, of course.
No issue with that. We all have our preferences. No issue there.
Baseball's my favorite sport. I talk Eagles every day for a living, right?
That's right.
Now, of course, I love the Eagles, so I enjoy it, but,
Absolutely. And clearly, basketball's not his thing. But you sound like a really old curmudgeon to say nobody over 30 is interested in basketball, especially in Philadelphia. Like, let's forget the diversity of the community we live in, first and foremost. I will bet you that our man Scott is probably, 30 and over white hockey fan. And probably if he said 30 and over hockey fan doesn't care about basketball, then we probably could give him a little more grace. But I don't know who he's hanging out with if he doesn't think anybody over 30 in Philly cares about basketball. Joel Embiid's been the number one story on ESPN for the past 3 days.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's been nonstop, right?
Right. I mean, that is just crazy to me. So that's kind of my thoughts on that.
Okay, and I appreciate the call, Nash. Thanks for your input on that. Yeah, I mean, maybe we do need to find out more about Scott and his preferences and stuff. I'm looking at his bio on Twitter: husband, father, son, brother, investor, and he is retired. So I imagine, obviously some people hit it big and probably retire at the age of 30 or 40, but I'm gonna assume that that's not the case because not everybody's so lucky, right? We're not retiring.
No.
We're not retiring anytime soon.
No, I'm not retiring anytime soon. You see what the Powerball's at?
No,
I haven't either.
No,
but
I haven't.
It's probably a good stop on the way home.
And Tony Bird checks in. This is a great tweet, and it's also because of the way of the world right now. He said, "I don't know a season ticket holder for the Sixers that's under the age of 30." Now you do your group effort.
It's group effort
to afford it, right?
Yes.
But he's right. Like, what under the age of 30-year-old has season tickets to the Sixers that wasn't during the process?
That's when they bought into. So that's when the group.
Right. Like, one of my buddies Joey, that I did the Revolutionaries with, he bought season tickets right when things seemed to be moving up, right? And part of it was an investment, too. You know what I mean? Like, part of it was to be able to sell them off and make some cash out of it. But other than that, I mean, for the most part, you're probably above the age of 30 because you're established in whatever field you're working in and you have the means to afford season tickets.
That would check out. I agree with that logic on that one. I don't think there's a lot of us that are under the age of 30 sole possession holders of season tickets.
Exactly, sole possession holders. So I want to continue to expand this conversation. There's different ways of going into this. Like, I want to talk about some of the trends that you're seeing. I want to talk about, how the leagues itself have changed for the good and for the bad. Like, I think baseball, I remember arguing with so many people about the pitch clock and how, oh my God, it's going to be so hard to watch baseball because of it. Viewership went up. The average age went down, which is a good thing for any sport. And it went up here in Philadelphia, right? Like, people got into it more here in Philadelphia. Now, part of it helps when your team is good, but I think all those other things that went into it, making the games go so much faster. Like, Christy, my wife, who doesn't care, she was more open to going to games knowing that there's a chance it was only going to be 2.5 hours and not the 3.5 to 4 hour marathon where there's 8 pitchers being changed in June and the final score is 7-1 and Roman Quinn's pitching at the end. You know what I mean? Like, it's a little bit different now. So I remember the pitch clock when that came out. Everybody was upset by it. I was cool with every single rule except the big bases, which, you know what? I didn't even realize. When it was all said and done, did you really realize the big bases? Obviously, the steal numbers went up, but part of that went into the pickoff rule. That went into account. The pitch clock, the guys can literally see when the pitcher has to release so you can get a better jump off of that. And, yeah, the bigger base helped a little bit, but by what? Half an inch? It wasn't even that big of a difference, right?
No. There's more action. I like the stealing bases.
Right, exactly. Stealing bases. That's what people want. We got to get back to stealing bases.
Excitement.
So, I don't know. Like, I want to talk about how sports are also changing for the good, how sports are changing for the bad. And I think for the bad, a lot of people do get upset about the NBA. There's no defense and all that kind of stuff. But I don't think Scott is correct when he says nobody above the age of 30 cares. I have some interesting numbers on social media accounts and how they're followed across all boards. I don't have the ages itself, but I have I'll just give you one for an example. Sports leagues with the most Twitter followers. All right? This is across the world, not just here in the States. Number 3 is the NFL. Number 2 is the EPL, which I would think would be number 1. They're at 28.3 million. The NBA is at 34.5. So a huge lead ahead of the world game, which is soccer. It's kind of amazing, actually. 610-632-0975, the number to climb in. I'm sorry, I did not play the Woj clip. We'll start the next segment with Adrian Wojnarowski giving an update on Joel Embiid. He said it on NBA Live last night on ESPN. We'll get to more of your calls. We'll continue this conversation next right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Warriors in town tonight. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Mattress Firm. Dive into hibernation mode with deeper sleep during Mattress Firm's President's Day sale. Shop now to save up to $500 on select Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress sets and receive a $300 instant gift for pillows and more. The Embiid-less Sixers return to the floor tonight. Joel Embiid underwent surgery yesterday on his left meniscus, and the 76ers will reevaluate him in 4 weeks. The 76ers have lost 6 of 7 games and slipped to 4-11 on the season without Embiid on the floor. As for the Warriors, they've won 3 of 4, including one over the 76ers last week out west. The 76ers host the Warriors tonight at 7:30. You catch the live call right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Elsewhere in the NBA, the trade deadline is Thursday. A Yahoo Sports report linked the 76ers to the Pacers. Buddy Hield. The Flyers won 2-1 last night over the Florida Panthers. The win broke a 5-game losing skid as the Flyers returned from the All-Star break in a big way. Travis Konechny and Noah Cates scored goals in the win. The Flyers return to action tomorrow night against the Winnipeg Jets at 7 o'clock. You'll be able to catch that one right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The Philadelphia Inquirer's Matt Breen joins the show coming up at 12:30 to talk all things Philadelphia sports. I'm Ray Dunn. Breaking sports news all day, every day is here. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. Andrew Salchunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It's 10:51 on the Midday Show. I'm Andrew Salchunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic, talking about our interest level in sports by age demographic and who you are and your background. Because I got a tweet from somebody yesterday that caught my eye after the show about how I needed to stop talking about the Sixers not because he hates what I say. My first thought would be, oh, you just don't like my takes. Like, you think Joel Embiid sucks, and like, how dare I say that he's a good basketball player, and you know, how dare you say he's very talented? Yeah, I thought it was going to be something like that. No. His reasoning is because nobody above the age of 30 cares about the NBA. To which I've been above the age of 30 for almost 2 months now, right?
Congrats on your success.
Thank you. And I still care about the NBA. Crazy.
I'm getting worried about you.
Crazy to think. The numbers that I just gave you on the last segment, the Instagram followers by Sport League, NBA number 1, I have the overall social media. So Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. Okay.
Ooh.
Coming in at number 9 is Formula One. Again, this is across the globe, around the globe, I should say, because the world's not flat. Around the world.
Well, listen, do you know that for sure?
I think so. I don't know what IOC is.
International Olympic Committee.
You think is that it?
I don't know.
All right, it sounded that was great.
I was very confident in it.
You said it right away that I believed you.
Yeah, I think that's the case.
The ICC is cricket. So IOC is 8, ICC is 7, the NFL is 6th. UFC is 5th.
Wow.
EPL 4th, La Liga 3rd, WWE is 2nd. Hey,
I like scripted series myself.
You do you guys. Have fun, man. More power to you. And the NBA is number 1.
So this was Facebook, Twitter.
This is all social media. I'm guessing also TikTok.
Okay, that's what I was going to say.
All that kind of stuff.
You got to throw the TikTok in there. Us under 30-year-olds are addicted. It's ruining our attention spans.
Notice baseball is not even in the top 10 or top 9 in this case. So, I don't know. When he said that statement, I found that interesting. It seems like he's probably speaking for specifically himself and nobody else.
I really thought he was going to throw you the stick to baseball, Tunis. You don't know anything about basketball.
Maybe, but no, it was just because he believes nobody above the age of 30 cares about basketball. So I'd love to hear your input on that and just your overall interest in all the different sports and how things are trending, both good and bad, right? Like, I think baseball is trending in the right direction for people who aren't seamheads. 610-632-0975. Now, before I get back to the phones, Adrian Wojnarowski yesterday on NBA Live on ESPN gave an update on Joel Embiid following the procedure. Take a listen to what he had to say.
The Sixers are very much weighing the possibility that Joel Embiid does return this season, that they can still play with him as their centerpiece. And because of that, they're going to continue to be buyers at this trade deadline. And I think they're trying to improve themselves on multiple fronts. Perhaps is there a backup center who could help carry them here in the short term? There's certainly a number of them available. There are a lot of teams in the market for backup centers, potentially players like Andre Drummond, who had been in Philadelphia before, Kelly Olynyk. Those are some of the guys in that marketplace, but doing bigger things than that. What Philly wants to do, they're in 5th place right now in the East. They're 3 games up on Indiana. What Philly would like to be able to do is stay at least in 6th place, not drop out into the play-in, and see if they can maintain that until Joel Embiid gets back or once he gets back. And I think for them, that's certainly a short-term goal. But they're out. They're aggressive. They know they have a tight window with Joel Embiid. They know there's risk in doing a deal or deals here, and then he doesn't come back this season or he's not himself. But I think they're willing to live with that risk because they have certainly, the reigning MVP, a player who was on his way to another MVP this season. And if they can have him healthy in the playoffs or healthy enough, they want to have a group around him that gives them a chance.
Right. So basically, they're going to roll the dice, which is what I want them to do. with the understanding that there's a chance you get Joel Embiid back. So we're going to make moves with the mindset that Joel Embiid will be healthy come playoff time. And I think that's the best thing. It's what I've been saying I wanted them to do all week long, even before we found out about the procedure, right? It's what I want the Sixers to do. I want them to make moves with the mindset that Joel Embiid will be back and healthy. Because here's the deal. You're not going to be giving up crazy draft capital for some of these players. You're not going to be giving up young. I mean, you only have 3 guys under contract next year: and Joel Embiid, Jaden Springer, and Paul Reed. And then you'll make it a 4th when Tyrese Maxey gets the max contract, right? Like, that's all you have under contract. So it's not like, oh my God, they should not give up Daniel House Jr., right? Like, make that move. Oh no, they shouldn't give up one of the veterans that they got from the James Harden trade. They're not under contract either. You're basically trade rentals for rentals. Or maybe you trade a rental with a pick and you get a guy that's still under contract for next year as well, which has been a mindset from some of the reporters, which I think is a smart thing to do. So I like that Woj is reporting that that's what the Sixers are going to do. He mentioned 2 names specifically as the backup big, which would eventually be the backup to Joel Embiid. That's Andre Drummond and Kelly Olynyk. Drummond, we know how effective he was here as the backup to Joel Embiid and how he was able to play pretty well when Embiid would miss games with injury. He's a guy that can still grab you a bunch of boards. Obviously, he's one-dimensional offensively. It's just getting the ball on the block and making some things happen or putting up, offensive rebounds. The Olynyk thing's pretty interesting. Olynyk, actually, I prefer Andre Drummond while Embiid's out. Hear me out. I prefer Drummond while Embiid's out. Olynyk is an interesting play for when Embiid comes back because you can technically play the 2 of them together at times because Olynyk could shoot from multiple areas of the floor. He's not a one-dimensional offensive player. The question will then be, who have they fallen in love with? Who have they fallen out of love with in terms of the rotation of guys, right? If you bring in an Olynyk, maybe not the physicality, but he does more for you than Paul Reed does, right? Like in terms of the offensive game, he's more of a consistent shooter, more of a consistent offensive player. So that was an interesting name to hear, but during the time when Embiid's out, I would say I would prefer Andre Drummond, but what are you making the trade for? Are you making the trade for the time being, or are you making the trade for the playoffs? Your thoughts, Ray, on what Woj had to say.
Yeah, Drummond trade to me screams we're trying to avoid the play-in. Like that we think this is going to be something that gets us pretty close to the end of the season, and Embiid's not going to help our seeding. Like, we're not getting him back in time for him to be an impact player in the regular season, that we need something to keep us afloat while we don't have him for the rest of the year. The Olynyk signals to me that this is something we're going to work with, and we think that we are going to be able to figure this out as a group before the postseason. Like, Drummond to me just seems like, oh, please, let's tread water. And when Embiid comes back, that's our backup big, and we're fine with this group. You know, with a lot of this group being the way it is, I still think they're going after it. If they do go get Drummond, they still have to go after and get a 3-point shooter.
Oh, absolutely. So, Wendy, our man.
That's right.
Who's not coming on the show.
Listen,
I won't go into personal conversations, but there's people that you hate that are to blame, right?
Yes.
I'll
Ari Myrov, if I ever see you.
Yeah.
It's on site.
Dove climbing. Yeah.
If I see you, it's on site.
There's an issue. Wendy said today on ESPN that he can see anywhere from 1 to 3 trades.
Oh, boy.
So the Sixers could make 3 different trades. Not be a part of a 3-team deal, but make 3 different trades. So tomorrow might be a very active slop day. Now, speaking of slop, and I'll get to the phones after this, there was a player mentioned specifically for the Sixers. And it's from Jake Fisher, who does a tremendous job covering the NBA. He brought up a name that has been brought up in this city since the time he was available to be drafted. And that draft, of course, was Ben Simmons. Buddy Hield. So here's the blurb from Jake Fisher's story that came out yesterday. Philadelphia is exploring conversations with a variety of teams, but one known target for the Sixers is Pacers guard Buddy Hield. League sources told Yahoo Sports. Hield's $18.5 million salary would be a match for several of the Sixers' expiring contracts, and his expiring deal wouldn't add future financial burden onto Philadelphia's clean cap sheet for this offseason, as the Sixers have left rival teams with the impression that they are so wary of taking back long-term salary at this juncture. So that's what you're getting out of it. It's Sixers are going to be active. They're going to make moves that make sense with the Joel Embiid-led team come playoff time, and they don't want to pick up guys who are under contract. Now, Bogdanovich is one of those guys that I'm still very interested in. He is under contract next year, but it's partially guaranteed, and I wonder if that's a big part of it. Now, I don't have his full contract in front of me. I know it's like around $22 million, but it's partially guaranteed, so I don't know exactly how much that goes toward the cap, but we'll see what the Sixers do. Tomorrow's going to be a very interesting day. Let's go back to the phones, talking about the topic on hand, the interest level in sports across the board, trends in the right direction, trends in the wrong direction for these teams, or for these leagues. And it stems from a tweet I got yesterday from a guy named Scott Kramer who said, stop talking about the Sixers. Nobody above the age of 30 cares about the NBA. Well, I knew one man would call in and talk about this. That's Tasty Cake Dom. What's up, Dommy?
Hey, Andrew. Hey, Ray.
How you doing, Dom?
So, Andrew, I want to remind Scott that guys my age, and you mentioned this morning how old I am. I'm going to be 60 in April, Andrew.
Oh, you're going to be 60. I thought you were over 30, but I wasn't sure.
I want to remind Scott, guys my age, how much interest we have in the NBA. When I was a kid, Andrew, that historic game where Magic jumped center against the Sixers, very famous game, you couldn't watch that live on TV.
Yeah.
That was on tape delay. The networks did not think that the NBA could draw enough ratings to put it. It was on 11. I had to beg my dad to stay up late to watch that game.
Isn't that amazing? Oh, my God.
And then, 6-7 years later, it exploded.
Yeah.
So my generation, our interest in basketball was so great that we changed network programming.
Yeah, that's a great point.
That's all the guys, I ran that route forever, and all the guys, I brought them to FanFest a couple of times.
Right.
All my friends, they're all in their 50s and 40s now. That's all we talked about.
Right.
Was sports and everything like that. And I love the dynamic of the station is so great because, when I listen into the morning and Bob and John have their perspective on sports, which is very similar to mine. But I love listening to you and Ray, and, we've had our debates.
Yes,
because
we have.
I love your perspective. Like every single time that you bring up bunting, I get it tight because your talk. I feel as though
right. I got you.
To me, right, Ray, because in a 4-4 game with nobody on, if the leadoff guy gets on,
you should drop the bunt. You should drop the bunt, Dommy.
Second base.
But that's not the. And I don't disagree with you, man. I appreciate the call, Dom. I always love talking. I don't disagree with you. One of my things that I've hated so much about this extra inning rule was you got a runner on second, nobody out. The road team blanks, doesn't score in the top of the 10th. All you got to do is get that guy home. You butt him over to third. You have 2 more chances to get him 90 feet, and the first chance just needs to be a fly ball or a ground out when the infield's in, or not a ground out, a ground ball when the infield's in. They might not be able to get to it. So, I'm not anti-bunting. I just know that's the way that the league is.
All right, come on, Dom. Guy on first, we're bunting here. What are we, handing outs? Come on. Guy on second, extra innings, I'll take it. But come on, Dom.
But they don't even do the second base thing.
Listen, the extra innings one I get.
They don't do it. It's the weirdest thing to me, man.
Well,
especially when it's a boom or bust league now. Well, if you're not hitting the home run and you're making contact, you're probably flying out.
Oh, listen, it makes sense.
Makes total sense.
Don't come after me on that one. I understand that one. Who are we asking to bunt, though?
You know what? I think. Well, yeah, I know that's a big. Like, I remember we debated the whole Real Muto thing. People were upset that JT didn't drop a bunt.
And since 2015, man.
Yeah. And he was probably a cleanup hitter in high school and college and throughout, getting up to the big leagues.
Where are the fundamentals?
Right.
The truck is about to leave for spring training.
Now,
we need to get some fundamentals down there.
I will say this. So I love the trends in what the leagues are doing. I don't necessarily love the trends of the play. Like, I think dropping a bunt to move a runner from second to third with nobody out in an extra inning game where you are awarded a ghost runner at second base is an easy decision to make, depending on who's up to bat. I'm not going to do it with Bryce, but you get what I'm saying. It's Johan Rojas is up to bat, But the problem is even Johan Rojas can't bunt. They tried doing it in the playoffs. Now that's a systematic issue, right? And it's not just with the Phillies.
Where are our fundamentals?
Right. Like there are some things that
what are they teaching down there?
In the NBA, I love that guys chuck up threes. I think it's great. It's nonstop movement, right? I know a lot of people, Anthony and I used to have this debate all the time, that the art of basketball is dying because guys aren't, running post moves anymore. Well, I'm cool with that direction, but I know other people aren't. The NFL, I thought this year's product sucked across the board. I was watching terrible football every single week, it seemed. Obviously, you get a couple of good games here and there. It sucked.
And that early season football is only getting worse.
Oh, yeah. It's only going to get because, now guys are completely out on preseason. Like, nobody's playing the preseason anymore.
You got 17 games.
Right, exactly.
We'll
And the first 4 games are like the first 4 games of the preseason.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah. And look, I understand in terms of health, sports science. Yeah, all right, the guys are healthy. Look at the Eagles. They have actually been a healthy team when it's all said and done, but they also look like crap the first 4 weeks.
Yeah,
and what if you're in a good division and you need, now, fortunately for them, they were 4-0 and they still lost the division, but there are some teams where it's like they can't lose 2 or 3 games to start the year and then hope to turn things around. So I find that interesting, but that doesn't mean I don't love the NFL. I'm still in every single week.
Yeah, I mean, and the quarterback injuries this year were just brutal. That was also terrible.
They are just brutal.
Like that's also conversation, like, and it's not equivalent, but it's something I'll draw an equivalence with of like pitcher health in baseball and the way they're going with pitchers. Like some of the starting quality pitchers or what you get as a starter, I think to that Giants team last year that we were watching where it was like, who's going to be their
right.
starter?
They had 2 guys in the rotation.
Right.
And it was, the rest is bullpen games.
Right. And it's like, okay, how many arms?
And that's gross.
Yeah.
That's what some people believe. Gabe Kapler. So,
but like,
take that with a grain of salt, but that's what some people think is the right way to do it.
In the bigger picture, like when we talk about, what's the next step for the NFL? What's the next step for Major League Baseball? Like, I know we'll throw around, baseball offseason every year. It's, expansion. What will they do?
Right.
And the idea of the NFL, like, will they have teams here, teams there, teams everywhere? Is there enough good quarterbacks for the NFL?
That's a great point.
Is there enough good pitching for Major League Baseball to not ruin the
there's
product?
a reason why Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady, from one guy to the next guy, are in the Super Bowl every single year.
Yeah, it's good quarterback play, and then when you go to baseball, quality pitching.
Yeah, it's a great point. Let's go to Bill in Bethlehem. He's the opposite. So Tasty Cake Dom, 60s, all about the NBA.
Almost 60.
Almost 60.
Don't you dare
in
put him
April.
in. Yeah,
in April.
Come on.
Bill from Bethlehem, not in his 50s, but not a big fan of the NBA. What's up, Bill?
Hey, guys. Yeah, keep me away from my 50s for a couple more
Yeah,
years.
you still got time.
Yeah, so here's like an example, too. All my friends in my demographic, whenever, I have 2 or 3, whenever they post, in terms of like NBA fans, whenever they post on social media, none of our friends comment. It's just the same 2 or 3 guys about, the Knicks, the Sixers. And when I post, or my other friends will post about the Phillies, the Eagles, even the Yankees or Mets or the Giants or Jets, because like rivalries and stuff, it lights up. So kind of what you said with social media. And now my son, I have a son in college. He's the opposite. He gets all hits on his NBA posts.
Yeah, he's a big NBA guy, yeah.
Yeah, but he also loves baseball and football. But his social media lights up way more than ours does when we talk about, certain sports. So, and I think the younger guy, under 30 is what's ruling social media. So, in terms of, how many people are on it. So, yes, I do think that's why NBA is number 1. But I really think if you did a full poll of, age 40 and over, NBA would be 3rd or 4th by a mile.
So, and I think it also depends, again, on where we're talking about, right? So, nationally, I said it at the beginning of the show, I read something yesterday after he sent me that tweet. Nationally, after the age of 30, he's right, it does start to drop off. But I wonder if it's different here in Philadelphia, because let's face it, Philadelphia it is historically a basketball town, too.
Yeah, and I think the cities that have, 2, 3, or 4 sports, basketball is higher than some of the other sports. But when in the cities that only have one sport, or the regions that don't have 3-4 sports, it's over. It's like a landslide, I think. Against the NBA or even the NHL. But where the NHL and NBA teams are hot, sure. I mean, you're going to get that, excitement and energy. But I used to be a diehard NBA fan. Loved Iverson, loved Jordan, even back further.
So what brought you away? Why are you now losing interest?
To me, it became like a soap opera and like drama. There's a lot of drama.
Right. That's the NBA is number one with that. And thanks for the call, Bill. The NBA is the best reality TV show out of all. Because they market their stars very well. There's only 5 guys on the court. Basically everybody, right? Like there might be drama with the 52nd guy on an NFL roster that you just don't know about, right? If there's NBA drama, you'll find out. There's not many players in the NBA. 12 guys on an active roster, right? There's 5 guys on the court. It's a lot different than the NFL. It's a lot different than baseball, right? 40-man roster. I know it's active, 27 now, or no, 26, but then the doubleheader game, it's 27, something like that, right? The rules always change. But the NBA is marketed, I would say, the best out of all the teams. The NFL is just a walking giant that will never get knocked off. But the NBA, everybody. I don't think there's a player in the starting lineup where somebody goes, I never heard of that person.
I don't know, man. You go watch some Grizzlies games.
All right. The top 5 teams in both conferences.
I know what you're saying.
I don't think I think people would know every start. Like, you might not know the starting 5, but when I name you tell you the names, you'll probably be like, oh, yeah, I know all those people.
Right.
Yeah. All right. We'll continue the conversation. 610-632-0975. Matt Breen joins us at 12:30 today. And speaking of the NBA and speaking of basketball, specifically here in Philadelphia, I have a Joel Embiid question that I want to throw out to you guys. If you heard the promo running, you might have an idea of where this is going. But I have a question about Joel Embiid and his status in Philadelphia lore. I'm Andrew Salchudis, it's the Midday Show right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
76ers and Warriors tonight. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Mattress Firm. Dive into hibernation mode with deeper sleep during Mattress Firm's President's Day sale. Shop now to save up to $500 on select Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress sets and receive a $300 instant gift for pillows and more. The Joel Embiid-less 76ers return to the floor tonight. Embiid underwent surgery yesterday on his left meniscus, and the 76ers will reevaluate him in 4 weeks. The 76ers have lost 6 of 7 games and slipped to 4-11 on the season without Joel Embiid on the floor. As for the Warriors, they've won 3 of 4, including one over the 76ers last week out west. The 76ers host the Warriors at 7:30 tonight. Catch the live call right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Elsewhere in the NBA, the trade deadline is Thursday. Yahoo Sports had a report that linked the 76ers to the Pacers' Buddy Hield. The Flyers won 2-1 last night over the Florida Panthers. The win broke a 5-game losing skid as the Flyers returned from the All-Star break in a big way. Travis Konechny and Noah Cates scored goals in the win. The Flyers return to action tomorrow night against the Winnipeg Jets at 7 o'clock. Catch that game right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The Philadelphia Inquirer's Matt Breen joins the show at 12:30 to talk all things Philadelphia sports. Be sure to stay tuned for that. I'm Ray Dunn. Breaking sports news all day, every day is here. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
The Philadelphia 76ers play here. Every game home and away. We'll have the play-by-play tonight. Presented by Corona, official partner of the 76ers, the Phila Cerveza. This is the exclusive home for Sixers basketball. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Look, it's cold outside, right? Frosty, freezy in the mornings. Must be February. So if you finally had enough of the frigid drafts coming through your windows and the frustration of getting those energy bills, it's time to fight the February cold. You're going to get quality replacement windows now from Window Nation. So for this month only, replace your windows and save big with 50% off all style windows. Plus, 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 24 months. It's the shortest month of the year, but this is the best deal. The professional installation teams have over 10 years of experience. Plus, they can install your new windows in 1 day or less, and they come with with a lifetime warranty. With proven quality and service, there's no wonder that thousands of homeowners trust Window Nation. And you know you can too. So don't miss out. With 50% off and 0 down, plus 0 interest and no payments for 24 months, you cannot afford to wait. And it's easy. All you do is call 866-90NATION after you've already done your window shopping online at windownation.com. And then you can schedule your free in-home estimate.
This winter, cozy up to a home that's perfectly yours with Preferred Pros. From skilled craftsmen and expert designers to top veterinarians and relaxing pools and spas, we've got the best recommendations for you. Let us help you make your dream project a reality. Your home, your life, our professionals. Connect with Preferred Pros you can trust.
A new cooling and heating system from WM Henderson Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing is backed by an up to 10-year warranty, no hassle financing, and installation as soon as the next day.
Zoom Drain and Sewer Service of South Jersey provides drain and sewer cleaning services to homeowners, hospitality managers, plumbing contractors, and property managers in the South Jersey area.
Volpe Enterprises. It's time to make your windows remarkable and affordable. Call Volpe Enterprises. 1-855-GO-VOLPE.
Check out Preferred Pros today. This paid program is sponsored by businesses highly rated by actual customers. For more details on Preferred Pros, visit 975thefanatic.com.
To me, the most important word in the world is dignity. There are certain God-given rights to be fed, to have shelter, medicine, and clothing. When many of our clients come to us, they face the great risk of losing much of what they have. In some cases, losing everything. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In one instant, an accident, a natural disaster, or the intentional acts of others can threaten our dignity. Whether it's the loss of a paycheck, paying medical bills, enduring a life of pain and suffering, or a claim with your own insurance company, or a business dispute, and you can't afford to pay a lawyer by the hour, your dignity hangs in the balance. You only pay us if we recover for you. Let my firm fight for you, your family, and your dignity. Call us for a free consultation. Dial pound law on your cell phone. That's pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
At Boot Barn Work, we support those who rise in the early mornings and keep pushing through the long night shifts. Because there are mouths to feed, homes to build, and a country to fuel. Those who mark their progress by the wear on their tools and the sweat dripping down their face. Every scuff on your boots represents your role in America's unrelenting workforce. Boot Barn Work, for those who feed, build, and fuel the nation.
When my daughter gets a cold, I have a secret weapon. DayQuil Kids Berry from Vicks. DayQuil Kids is specially formulated to treat kids' most bothersome cold and cough symptoms quickly. And the best part is that DayQuil Kids Berry tastes really great. Aren't you supposed to be resting? Maybe.
DayQuil Kids Berry. The kids' berry-licious daytime congestion, coughing, stuffy head, stuffy nose, just for kids. Medicine. Safe for kids 6 years plus.
Wake up. Breakfast. And Nature Made vitamins. Whatever your morning sounds like, Nature Made fits right in. Whether you're looking for vitamin C or a multivitamin to get key nutrients, we've got you covered. Now that's a good morning. We take care of you so you can take on your day. Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hey, it's John Marks. Real Philly sports fans love the Bet Parks Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only online casino and sportsbook app that I recommend. Download the Bet Parks app and all your favorite casino games are right at your fingertips. Bet on all your favorite sports. Just download the app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're not a winner in the first 24 hours. Details on Download the BetParks app or at betparks.com.
New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Look outside at that cold backyard. I know what you're thinking. Next spring and summer, you want to be entertaining out there. You want a jaw-dropping outdoor paradise. Well, I've got an answer for you. It's Landis Block and Concrete. Now, they have a beautiful showroom in Souderton where you can see all of their beautiful materials that are going to help create that beautiful backyard oasis. But better yet, you can just go to landisbc.com and check out their photo gallery. It's cold now, but it's going to be hot then. And you're going to want a hot backyard. You're going to get it with Landis Block and Concrete. Go to landisbc.com.
On your way home this afternoon, the best show ever starting at 2. Now more with Andrew Salchunas on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It's 11:21 on the Midday Show. I'm Andrew Salchunas, 11 o'clock hour, brought to us by Golden Nugget Jewelers. That's where Philly gets engaged. Talking about our interest level of sports, the trends in sports, both good and bad. You know, and where you're at. And it stems from a tweet that I got from a guy named Scott Kramer who hit the breaking news sounder, Ray. You don't have to hit the breaking news sounder. But as we came out of break, I hit refresh notifications. Scott Kramer just followed me on Twitter. So maybe we can begin the discourse. Because I would love to know why he said in the tweet yesterday, stop talking about the NBA. Nobody above the age of 30 cares about the NBA. To which I believe was a sweeping statement that is false. Now, I do know that there are people above the age of 30 that don't have the same interest as they once did in the NBA. Because the NBA has changed for a lot of people. The glory days of basketball will never come back. Our last caller, Bill, who's in his mid-40s, is tired of the soap opera that is the NBA. Now, part of that soap opera is something that a lot of people don't like, and that's the moving parts constantly. I will be honest with you. Until it affects the Sixers in a negative way, I've been all about it. Like, it's been the Kevin Durant storylines have been tremendous. Now, at some point, you're going to say enough is enough, KD. You know what I mean? Like, just pick a team and stick with it. I'm not saying for 10 years, even though he's not got that much time left. You're shaking your head. You love
Keep moving.
You love it. It's, you know,
keep moving.
But it's, you know, and obviously the role players move all the time. I think the big name player bouncing around adds to the interest level for at least myself in the NBA because it's always different, right? People complained about super teams. Well, the super teams, even though they still try to form them, have actually not been as successful recently. Just look back at last year. The Nuggets were your NBA champions, and they beat the Miami Heat, right? 2 superstars got them to the NBA Finals. It's not a super team. Even though Jamal Murray is a hell of a player with the Denver Nuggets, it's Jokic's team, it's Jimmy Butler's team in Miami, whereas instead it used to be LeBron, D-Wade, and Chris Bosh. Right before that, it was KG and Paul Pierce and Ray Allen, right? Like, those days are kind of behind us. And so I do like the bouncing around a little bit because I think it adds to the interest and the intrigue in the NBA, at least for myself, because it's always something different. We'd love to hear from you, 610-632-0975. Now, you sent me a tweet, and is this your message that one of your favorite things just happened?
Yes, doesn't have anything to do with that tweet, though.
Okay. What is it? What's one of your favorite things that just happened?
Matt Gilb just tweeted out. He's got his thoughts on every pitcher head to camp. Every time he does the blurb,
here we go.
The blurbs on every player going to camp, then I know baseball season's right around the corner.
It's baseball season's right around the corner.
Yes.
Yep. We will get into more baseball talk at some point.
I cannot wait.
That's what Scott Kramer wants us to be doing.
No, this is not. Scott, I appreciate you listening, and I appreciate you following Andrew on Twitter.
Yes.
That's very nice of you.
Follow Ray.
No, it's okay.
At Ray Dunn 975.
No,
2 Ends.
We don't have to promo. It's fine.
Oh, man.
But no, Scott, I'm not talking baseball necessarily for you. I'm just mentioning it because, well,
it means that things are around the corner.
Every time he drops that first, this is every pitcher going to camp.
Pitchers and catchers next week?
Week?
Yeah, next week. I can't wait.
That's why. February 14th is my favorite day.
Happy Valentine's Day.
No.
And happy baseball season, boys.
Yes, thank you.
All right, so the text that you sent me, so Windhorst was on the Hoop Collective. Is that his podcast, or was he on a podcast?
I believe that's his.
Yes. Okay. So Windy was talking about the Sixers this morning, and he was talking about players that could be traded. He says the Sixers have a whole bunch of guys on expiring contracts. The most likely guys to go are as follows. Marcus Morris, Robert Covington, and Furkan Korkmaz. And then he says maybe Daniel House Jr. if you get down the list. With all due respect to Daniel House Jr., if he didn't play another second for the Sixers, I wouldn't lose sleep over. I know he actually had some decent moments in the playoffs last year.
The Daniel House game.
And that's a Doc Rivers problem, right? And look, they're now 1-4, the Milwaukee Bucks. He doesn't play anybody, and he tries to experiment come playoff time. Remember Shake Milton randomly in the fourth quarter against the Hawks? Like, weirdest thing to me. But the other three names that he mentions, Furkan Korkmaz, see you later, dude. Like, with all due respect, you haven't been a Sixer in my eye for the last 2 years. He pops up in games every once in a while. He has not been a Sixer. I don't think he has wanted to be a Sixer the last 2 years.
No.
So, Furkan Korkmaz, I don't know what you're going to get in return. He's not the Balma that, Brett Brown wanted him to be. He's not Point Furk, as you like to point out, the Doc used to run. I don't know what Furkan Korkmaz is in the NBA. I really don't. So,
don't you worry. He gets traded, he'll be a 40% three-point shooter.
He's hitting 5 threes in his first game.
Oh, yeah.
On a bad team.
Oh, yeah.
Probably. Because that's what, Matisse Thybulle did. That's what Isaiah Joe did, even though I did like Isaiah Joe.
Yeah.
I did like him.
It's okay.
The other two players, Marcus Morris and Robert Covington. Now, Marcus Morris, I do not want to part ways with. When he's healthy, I think he's a nice piece to have on your team. And it's not just the whole, he's got that dog in him, right? Like, we did that with PJ Tucker. No, this guy can actually still shoot. This guy can still score. This guy can still play a little defense. I would have to know what the return is. Obviously, when a trade happens, we'll see what the return is, and we'll get our thoughts. But of those four names, Marcus Morris is the guy that I least want to part ways with. Korkmaz and Daniel House Jr., sorry. Daniel House Jr., I would feel bad for. Furkan Korkmaz, I don't care. Enough is enough. That guy's got 9 lives. He's just still been here this entire time.
Yeah, I tweeted out, I think it was the Warriors game where I was up watching and we got early Furkan minutes. And I was like, just in my head, trying to process like how long it's been with him. And I went and found the Phillies lineup from the day that he was drafted, just because that's how I process time passing. And I think that lineup still featured Howard. If I'm positive. So 2016.
His rookie year was 2017-18.
Yeah, but I think he's drafted in 16.
Oh,
if I remember correctly.
So what was he? Did he not come over right away or whatever?
The 24-26 picks, right? He was the TLC,
and Korkmaz, and they didn't get Siakam.
Correct, because it was Simmons, TLC, and Korkmaz.
Yeah,
in that first round. Yeah,
yeah. He's been. This is his 7th season playing in the NBA. 7 years.
Yeah.
So I said he's got 9 lives. That means he's not going to get traded. He's got to finish all 9 years.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's unbelievable how this guy's still in the Sixers. It drives me insane. And he's not good at anything.
No, he was supposed to be a good shooter.
Yeah, the Obama.
Yeah, he was supposed to. Yeah, it's just not great. It's not fun. This experience has not been fun for anyone involved. Doesn't seem like it's fun for him at this point.
No, and
he wants his opportunity. His opportunity's not going to be here. This is a nice change of scenery thing.
Yeah,
go somewhere else.
Yeah, good for him.
Yeah, the one thing with the Morris thing, just the $17 million salary.
That's the big part.
Going to be a big piece of all this because he is the one of those 4. I know I am a Rocco guy at heart here, but I don't know what's going on with the knees, and I don't know how effective he will be for the team the rest of the way. If they can move him, I would be okay with that. Morris, I think it's going to come down to how they match salary, and if he ends up being, if he's 17.1 and
that might be a big
Buddy
part
Hield is 18.5.
That makes sense. And look, with all my man Marcus stopped by the show the other day. Buddy Hield probably a better fit right now at this team. Guy can shoot.
See, I'm never going to believe Buddy Hield's a Sixer until I see him in the jersey because I feel like I've heard this report.
He's been attached to the Sixers forever.
Like we made the joke that Wesley Matthews was the every year buyout market guy.
Buddy Hield's the every year trade. Yeah, you're right.
So Buddy Hield, he'll fit with this group. Let's trade for Buddy Hield.
So right. Every single time.
I can't do that conversation.
Your boy Cov, man. My friend.
Yeah, I mean, who are you going to talk about fatherhood
fellow
with?
Dad, Rocco.
Yeah.
Fellow fan. We were both there every night during the process at the Wells Fargo Center, specifically down the road.
I would say he had a much more significant role.
I don't know if that's true. I was here before him, and I was here after.
I would still argue he had a more significant role in that one. But yeah, I mean,
players come and go, fans live forever.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to just let you sit on that island
deep.
there. Yeah,
Deep.
yeah. Go put that on a T-shirt.
That's the Sandlot, right?
Oh,
heroes get remembered, but legends never die.
Yeah.
Come on, man. You weren't ready for that kind of a line.
No, I wasn't ready for that kind of a line.
But yeah, man, Rocco, he might be on his way out. It's a shame, man. It's gonna break your heart.
I mean, but listen, again, I was a Rocco guy.
As a dad, I understand. It's going to suck.
The business side of this for me is, listen, I don't know what he's going to be the rest of the season. I don't know where his health is at right now. If they can move him and get someone in here, that fits better. Originally with this group, when you start watching the guys that came over in the Harden deal play, I'm not moving on off Batum, that's for sure.
Yo, he's got to stay. He actually is a very important piece of the puzzle here.
I like Morris.
As long as he comes back healthy, too, and stays healthy.
Yeah, I like Morris. And, is KJ Martin going to get moved at some point in all this? He
doesn't play.
But I think for his sake, maybe he gets moved in some of this. I know at one point there was the rumor
he's not
that
under contract next year either. So,
well, there was the rumor that they were going to move him for, a second-round pick, I think I saw at one point. So he might move. Of the 4 guys they got in that deal, Covington is, third of my priority to keep right now. And that's me removing the personal side from it. This is removing the guy that I really enjoyed being here originally that's back now. Can't sit here. No friends on the way to a championship, all right? This is just strictly business.
Not. Yeah, no, it is a business. All right, let's go back to the phones. Let's go to Nate in Southwest. Nate, you're on the Fanatic. Hello, Nate. All right, we're going to put Nate on hold, try to get him. He might be on mute. Let's go to Heavy in Huntington Valley. What's up, Hev?
Yo, bro, what's good?
What's up, Heavy?
Hey, if the Sixers are confident and the doctor said so, that's looking good, that he can come back, yeah, why not be buyers? I mean, they're running out of time, so you got to make a move.
Most trades happen. I know Siakam was traded early in the year and OG was traded early in the year, but most trades happen on the deadline day. So tomorrow's gonna be a busy day across the board.
I'm just saying, running out of time with Joel here.
The window, yeah. But, and that's what Windhorse or what Woj said in that clip, that they know that the window isn't open much longer, and they know that it's a risk to make moves with Embiid still up in the air about coming back this year. With his health and how good he will be when he comes back. But the Sixers know it. The window's not super open with Embiid.
And on top of it, if you want any chance in this playoffs, you have to be in that 6 seed spot or better, because if you end up in the play-in games, even if you win, just the more games, the more stress you put on Embiid, the worse. So, by all means, you have to stay in that 6 seed spot. And in terms of guys looking to move, I would like to keep Morris. I think he's been a strong addition to the team. I like what he brings off the bench, and when he gets on the floor, he gets the guys going, and he's just he plays serious. He brings.
Yeah, but Ray makes the right point about the money, and I appreciate the call, Heavy. So then the question is, who would you rather have? Is it Marcus Morris or Buddy Hield? And the way this league is going, you would rather have the 3-point shooter, a guy that could fit alongside Joel Embiid. Because here's the other thing: I don't know how much Marcus Morris is playing come playoff time, right? Whereas Buddy Hield could be a guy who, I don't know if he is all of a sudden a starter on this team, but we've been talking about Kelly Oubre going to the bench and coming off as a scorer. We've been talking about DeAnthony Mellon when he's healthy coming off the bench, and Buddy Hield is that guy that could be in the starting lineup alongside Maxey to hit threes, or he's a guy that comes off the bench. He's kind of been all over the place this year. Let me pull up exactly how many games he started, because I don't think he's a full-time starter with the Pacers, but I don't necessarily think that he's only been coming off the bench. He is 52 games played this year, 28 as a starter. So kind of back and forth. And he's shooting 38% from 3. He's a career 40% 3-point shooter. It's something the Sixers have needed all season long, really.
Yeah, they need it with Embiid, watching the team, kick out to fill in the blank player here who's not going to nail the 3. Now without him, more than ever. Because watching them shoot it, the other night. Ooh. And the way they're creating shots, too, without Embiid is tough. You know, they're not getting to spots, and that's what you would expect when you got the gravity of a guy like Embiid.
Right.
You know, it's going to be a significant drop-off. You're going to need, this is going to need to be a masterclass by Nick Nurse in terms of putting this personnel right now in a position to win basketball games consistently without Joel Embiid and with all of the personnel issues they have outside of Embiid with the injuries and guys missing time.
Now, speaking of Embiid, thank you for bringing him up. It's like you knew where I wanted to go to at some point.
Oh, yeah, I should probably open up the show sheet.
That's a good job.
Yeah, I should read.
So, Joel Embiid, I wanted to have this conversation with you guys today because, you know, obviously you guys know where I stand with Embiid. I think he's the most disrespected athlete in Philadelphia. We played clips from the Zach Lowe podcast yesterday. They were talking about how he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. His co-host on the podcast, Tim McMahon, said he's got one of the biggest careers of what ifs because he comes into the league injured. He's always been injured. We've seen him play at an MVP level and then get injured come playoff time and not be the same player, which is what we just went with last year. But the 2 years prior when he was runner-up, guys playing like an MVP, gets hurt, unfortunately for the playoffs, broken orbital bone twice, knee issues, foot issues, ankle issues. I mean, it's been nonstop his entire career, but we know how dominant he can be, right? My question for you guys, because people get very offended sometimes when I talk about the greatness of Joel Embiid. I say that he is the most talented player to ever wear a Sixers uniform. All right? He's 7 feet tall, can play like a guard, can play like a big, league leader in score, which I know Iverson has done. Joel Embiid, most talented. I'm not saying most accomplished. I'm not saying best ever. Most talented Sixer I've ever seen play. I said it yesterday. He is a more talented player than Shaquille O'Neal. Not more dominant, not more accomplished, right? Shaq's prime, better than Embiid's prime in certain avenues. But in terms of overall talent, Joel Embiid is a more talented center than Shaquille O'Neal. Does that amount to winning? No, and clearly it hasn't. But a lot of people, I feel a certain type of way when we talk about the greatness of Joel Embiid. So something I want to kind of get into as the show continues, then over the next 2+ hours of the show, along with the topics that we already have, our interest level in sports across the board, the good trends for sports, the bad trends for sports, the actual action on the field, the marketing because of the tweet that I got from Scott, who did reach out to me and said, "You're welcome for the content. DM me if you have questions." So I did DM him, and I'll get Scott's reasoning why he put out that tweet, which said nobody above the age of 30 cares about the NBA, which I believe is incorrect. And based off of who I've talked to so far on the show today, I was correct, except for Bill. Bill was the only guy in his mid-40s who says, he doesn't care about the NBA. But I want to get into a conversation about greatness in Philadelphia. Where does Joel Embiid rank in terms of legendary lore in Philadelphia? Now, accomplishments is a big part of it. Talent is a big part of it. Not just like iconic stories of Pat Burrell and Old City, right? I'm talking about the sports angle of things. Where does Joel Embiid rank? Because to me, he's one of the best Sixers ever already without winning a championship. And I know that rubs people the wrong way. I also want to know how many of those legends are currently right now in Philadelphia. Like Bryce Harper could go down, you win a ring or two, as one of the best Phillies of all time. He got 13 years of it, and he's had 5 incredible seasons so far. He's already won an MVP. Zach Wheeler, will he go down as one of the greatest pitchers ever in Phillies franchise history? I don't know. He's had some of the more incredible seasons ever. Then you have another starting pitcher who's going to be up there. Even I, as a not big Aaron Nola fan, realize that he will be top 10 in a lot of categories in Phillies pitching history. He'll probably be top 5 in a lot of categories in Phillies franchise pitching history, which may not say much. I keep on bringing up Jonathan Papelbon as the #1 saves leader in franchise history, right? Like, it's kind of gross if you think about it. Jose Mesa's #2. That's disgusting.
Don't you dare, Papelbon, my Nola.
But all I'm saying is, like, no, Nola's he's more accomplished in a Phillies uniform than Jonathan Papelbon. I'm just saying, like, to be in the top 10 with the Phillies is not pitching wise, and that's more of a testament to the organization not unearthing a lot of great pitchers and keeping guys for a long time. That's been one of their biggest issues, is developing pitchers through the farm system. Jason Kelsey. He might be a top 10 Eagle. Not just him walking around the Jersey Shore. He's multi-time All-Pro now. He's going to go into the Hall of Fame. So where's Joel Embiid and where are some of the other players right now across the board in terms of legendary status of Philadelphia sports? The number to climb in, 610-632-0975. I'm Andrew Salchunas. This is the Midday Show. Matt Breen joins us in a couple more segments at 12:30 right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Warriors in town tonight. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by NetCoins. Take advantage of zero funding fees, fast trading plus a $25 credit with code NFL 2024. NetCoins, crypto investing made easy. Download the app today on netcoins.com. The Joel Embiid list 76ers return to the floor tonight. Embiid underwent surgery yesterday on his left meniscus, and the 76ers will reevaluate him in 4 weeks. The 76ers have lost 6 of 7 games and slipped to 4-11 on the year without Joel Embiid on the floor. As for the Warriors, they've won 3 of 4, including one over the 76ers last week out west. The game tonight, 76ers again hosting those Warriors at 7:30. The live call right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Elsewhere in the NBA, trade deadline is tomorrow. One of the reports from Yahoo Sports linked the 76ers to the Pacers, Buddy Hield. The Flyers won 2-1 last night over the Florida Panthers. The win broke a 5-game losing skid as the Flyers returned from the All-Star break in a big way. Travis Konecny and Noah Cates scored goals in the win. The Flyers return to action tomorrow night against the Winnipeg Jets at 7 o'clock. The Philadelphia Inquirer's Matt Breen will join the show coming up at 12:30 to talk all things Philadelphia sports. Stay tuned for that. I'm Ray Dunn. Breaking sports news all day, every day is here. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Tyrone Johnson, Ricky Batalico, and Jen Scordo. The best show ever. Listen weekday afternoons 2 to 6. The Eagles, the Phillies, the Sixers, and the Flyers. We have you covered all day, every day. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hey guys, Andrew. Last year at the Super Bowl, Rob Gronkowski went wide left, on FanDuel's Kick of Destiny. Now he's back for Kick of Destiny 2. And you can play along. Just choose if Gronk will make or miss. Get your free pick in right now. If you're right, you'll win a share of $10 million in bonus bets. Get in on all the action when Gronk takes a shot at redemption before Super Bowl 58. Whether your team make or team miss, just head to the FanDuel Sportsbook app to get your pick in. It's free. Then tune in before the game to see Gronk's kick live. You'll win a share of $10 million in bonus bets if you're right. I was team miss last year. That hit. I'm team make this year with Gronk. Got the power of Apollo. Carl Weathers was in all those commercials. your next chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Flyers take on the Devils 10 days from now, February 17th at MetLife Stadium as a part of the 2024 Navy Federal Credit Union NHL Stadium Series. So coming up at noon, your next chance to win. You also get chances at 4 o'clock with the best show ever and 8 o'clock with the Jock and Kate show. We've been doing this all week long. We will continue this through Friday. So listen for the Flyer Sounder coming up at noon. You'll be the 9th caller. If you're the 9th caller to the contest line, you will win a pair of tickets and be heading to the game. Visit 975thefanatic.com for complete details and another chance to win. So we do that coming your way in 10 minutes. Now, real quick, I found another link of NBA interest level by age demographic. So 18 to 34, 28% of people in that age demographic are avid fans. I love that they use the term casual.
Well, they want to make sure you felt comfortable in that.
Yeah, according to Tobias Harris, because I wanted to trade him, I'm a casual basketball fan. So I fall into the 32% of the 18 to 34, right?
I'm not fighting that.
Because I'm a casual.
Yes.
So you're a part of the 28.
Correct.
Because you did not want to trade Tobias Harris, and you're a basketball
for a crumble
fan.
cookie. To be clear, you wanted to trade him for a crumble cookie.
Yes.
I wanted to trade him for an insomnia cookie.
Yeah, you're right. I'm 32% with the casual fan, according to Tobias Harris. And 40% of people, and this is in the United States, not a fan. So majority of people between the age of 18 to 34 are at least a casual NBA fan.
Like you.
Like 35 to 44. 26%, so it drops off, avid fan. 32% casual. So 5 years from now, I'm still good.
You're still good.
43% not a fan. 45 to 64, just 18% avid fan, which would be our Tasty Cake Doms.
You said it, not me.
He told us he's 59.
Listen, man, I wasn't going to bring up the guy's age.
He told us on the air.
I thought he was 35.
32% stays 32, man, casual. And 51% not a fan. And then 65 plus, it's 9% avid, 29% casual, 63% say not a fan. So
nationally, again.
Nationally, yeah.
You're saying national.
It all means I'm saying what in Philadelphia, where is your interest level? But I'll also talk about when I talk about this topic today. And the topic is your interest level in all the sports across the board, your respective interest level or your sport level with the respective sports. It's not just Philly, Sixers, Flyers, Eagles, Union for me. Like I'm talking nationally as well. I make no bones about it. I'm not watching the Union until the playoffs, right? I'll listen on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. But I'm not really watching all that much. I'm not watching the Red Bulls take on Vermont. I think didn't Vermont beat the Union a few years ago? I don't know.
Let's just stick to baseball, Junis.
I'll go Red Bulls in Nashville. I know there's a team in Nashville.
Yeah.
Like I'm not watching that at all, right? Flyers. I'll watch the Flyers. If the Sixers and Flyers are on at the same time, Sixers get the favor for me, right? I lean Sixers. I'll watch Flyers, anyone. I will watch certain teams that aren't the Flyers nationally. Like, I want to see Connor McDavid play. You know what I mean? Like, that's a little bit different for me. Not that I like them, but the Bruins being on national TV a lot, it's easy to sit back and watch a Bruins Lanch game. You know what I mean? Like, not as much as two NBA teams that aren't the Sixers, but I'll still watch nationally two hockey teams play. Baseball, you know my deal. It's Phillies every single night, and if the Phillies play at 7 o'clock on a Saturday, you bet your ass I got the Fox game of the week on at the house at 4 o'clock, right? And then football, it's not even a question. But we had our caller earlier today that said he's Eagles only. He doesn't watch other NFL games. I'm sure he'll watch the Super Bowl because it's a thing to do, but he wouldn't watch Chiefs-Niners in Week 10. There are people here that are like that. So that's kind of what we're talking about. Where you're at, your interest level with all these sports, you personally, because it comes from a tweet that I got from a guy named Scott, and I'm waiting for his DM to come back about nobody above the age of 30 cares about the NBA, so start talking Phillies, which is something that I don't agree with. 610-632-0975, the number to climb in. Ray, this Embiid thing, and then I'll get to the phones in a second. I promise you. Where does Joel Embiid rank for you? But then also, where do you think he ranks? Now, I'm not going to ask you to give a specific number. But in your lifetime, which you're younger, in your lifetime, if he's not one, how high up is he? In terms of, talent, success is a big part of it.
I mean, he's the most skilled Sixer there's been.
For you, yeah.
No.
Well, you're right. All the time.
Yeah, I'll just say it. I'll be the one. At Ray Dunn 975.
Oh, he's the most talented Sixer I've ever seen put on a uniform.
And for my lifetime, for someone that's directly my age, you didn't see the height of Iverson the way everyone else saw the height of Iverson. So Embiid is your Sixer.
Right.
Like I heard them on the morning show earlier, it might have been Monday, where I think Pat said, in 10 to 15 years, there's going to be a legion of Sixers fans that Embiid's their guy. And that legion's here. People that are a few years younger than you, Andrew, and right around my age group, you didn't see the Iverson peak.
I love Iverson, right? Like, he's my favorite.
Yeah.
He's my favorite Sixer of all time.
Right.
That's a different, Embiid is the most talented Sixer. Iverson's my favorite because that's who I grew up with.
Right. I mean, and with the age group, again, that I'm in, you didn't see the peak. If you were getting into basketball at an early age, at a young age, okay, you saw the end of Iverson with the Sixers. You didn't see the real peak of it. I'm not going to say how old I was when they made the run in 01, but
some people saw him when he just came back for the handful of games.
That too. But I think for my age group, Embiid's number one for your lifetime because you've only seen that peak of it.
And it's a pretty good peak.
Yeah, and on top of that, in terms of skill set, he's the most skilled, and he's already a top 5 Sixer.
Correct.
Ever.
Now, the question is, in terms of all these players that you have seen, like the 08 squad, the 11 squad, which still had Howard, Rollins, and Utley, like those three guys, because they won a championship and had much more. They had much more success in their respective sport. I mean, winning a World Series, being in another 3 NLCSs, 3 straight NLCSs, like those guys probably have to be higher up on anybody's list than a Joel Embiid if we're talking about overall success. But individually, I don't know, like Embiid's a first ballot Hall of Famer. That's something that I think a lot of people ignore. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. Ryan Howard's not going to get into the Hall of Fame. Chase Utley eventually will, it seems. J-Roll, I think, should be in the Hall of Fame. I don't know if he's going to make it to the Hall of Fame. And that's your core 3 of a team that won a World Series and was in another World Series and 3 straight NLCSs. Donovan McNabb is my childhood quarterback. Still the greatest quarterback in Eagles franchise history. We hope that Jalen Hurts can one day surpass that. He's not a Hall of Famer. Right? Like Joel Embiid is a first ballot Hall of Famer. So if we're going individual success, in my lifetime, it's him and Iverson and Jason Kelce. Jason Kelce will be a first ballot Hall of Famer. But I know it's not the sexy position.
Yeah, Kelce,
like
Peters.
T.O., obviously, but like I don't look as T.O. as an Eagle. It was 1 year.
Peters.
Jason Peters.
He doesn't get the because of the way it ended. The
way it ended, you were ready for him to go. Dawkins, yes, you're right.
I mean, if there is a Philadelphia legend for the time frame of your lifetime and for the time frame of this 21st century, I think it has to be Dawkins that fits it. I mean, Kelce won, but Dawkins played the sexier position. So I think for people that'll be the one.
Like people have Brian Dawkins tattoos. You know what I mean? Like,
and people went out and bought Broncos jerseys.
Yeah.
Like I get it.
And the hideous split jerseys, which I thought was so weird.
Well, you just want to pick one, roll with it?
No, you could keep, like, Brian Dawkins was enough of a legend where you could have kept on wearing the Eagles Dawkins jersey.
Yeah,
I get that people bought the Broncos jersey. Do you know what I'm saying? Did you see those?
Yeah,
those
I
weird.
saw
Those were weird jerseys, man. All right. I have another sweeping statement tweet, Ray. I'll give that to you in a minute. But it's time now to give away some tickets.
To the shot, he scores! 97.5 The Fanatic.
All right, I need caller number 9. Caller number 9 to the contest line, 215-263-0975. That's 215-263-0975. The 9th caller on the contest line will win the pair of tickets to see the Flyers take on the Devils Saturday, February 17th at MetLife Stadium as a part of the 2024 Navy Federal Credit Union NHL Stadium Series. Caller number 9 to the contest line, 215-263-0975. Visit 975thefanatic.com for complete details and another chance to win. Your next chance to win after this show, if you don't win now, if you're not caller number 9, don't worry. You still have multiple chances. Your next chance will be at 4 o'clock with the best show ever, and then we start all over again tomorrow, 8 a.m. with the John Kincaid Show. Once again, noon here, and then 4 o'clock again with the best show ever. So you still have time. Don't you worry. But I wish you luck. I hope caller number 9 is fired up for this opportunity because it is a cool one. All right. Another sweeping statement regarding the NBA. Then I'm going to get to Nate on the phone here. Ross checks in. Basketball is dead. I'm 41 and haven't watched it in 10 years. Well, it may be dead to you. That doesn't mean it's dying. I've had this conversation. I feel like now all of a sudden basketball is the new baseball. Oh, baseball's dying. Well, you might not like baseball, but I do know a lot of other people that do love baseball. And now that they made some changes to their league, it's trending in the right direction again. I just don't know what that change is for basketball. The second they started pointing out the pitch clock, I thought that was a brilliant idea. I did not think the in-season tournament meant anything for basketball. But I would love more of your reaction to sweeping statements like that about how basketball, anybody above the age of 30, doesn't care anymore. Let's go to Nate in Southwest. What's up, Nate?
What's up with you, man?
How you doing, man?
I'm all right, man. Good to talk to you again, bro.
You're the best.
Listen, I'm trying to understand. So, I'll be 50 next month. Ask these dudes that's betting on these betting apps, player props and first baskets and hitting. How interested are they in the NBA right now?
Oh, they're either A, not betting it, or they're just betting it and not paying attention.
And if that's the case, then you just betting your money just to bet your money. But,
right.
Like, come on, bro. Right now, anybody in my age demographic, that's what we watching basketball. Well, African Americans, blacks anyway. I can't speak for everybody, but I'm watching basketball, and everybody I know is watching basketball. Like,
right.
I mean, we don't really watch baseball until it's playoffs.
Right, and that's the thing. Like, it's okay that people have that preference, right? Like, I know that there's people, like, I'm not locked in NHL, right? But, like, come playoff time, playoff hockey's freaking awesome, man. Like, playoff hockey's great. And it also doesn't help that the Flyers have had a rough stretch. Now, I'm still watching the Flyers. Part of it is because I'm a Flyers fan. Part of it is because I do this for a living. You know, I watched last night. They won 2-1. Nice come from behind victory. Like, that was great. But I still have a preference, which is basketball.
Correct. And you're not, even that statement like that, if you're not watching it now, I guarantee you when the playoffs come and the Sixers are in there fighting for their lives, you're on it. You're watching it because now the city is excited about playoff time.
Right, exactly.
So all that over 30, we ain't interested. I don't know what he's talking about because I know a lot of people in my demographic and age group.
It's okay to say, like, there is numbers to back that up that people above the age of 30 aren't as interested, but to make the sweeping statement that everybody above the age of 30 doesn't like it is like that's incorrect.
No, like listen, I'm a season ticket holder to the Sixers. When I go down there, it's people my age above
Yes.
30 that's there watching the game.
Well, right, and somebody tweeted that in earlier. Like, there's not many people under the age of 30 with season tickets, so they can't even afford it. You know?
Absolutely. Right. So I don't know what that's okay. If you got the numbers to back it up, but what I see when I'm down there at the stadium is people my age and over 35.
Yeah. I think these numbers that I've also been giving out, thanks for the call, Nate, have been, it's national. So that is a big difference. Nate is close to 50. I wonder if there's a close to 50-year-old that lives in a city that doesn't have a basketball team that cares at all. You mentioned Wyoming. You know, they locked in. Who are you a fan of? You're from Wyoming.
Trailblazers?
All right.
I don't know geography. All right. I just know it's out there. So Trailblazers, Kings.
Or is it more of a, we don't have a state squad, so they're Lakers?
Yeah, that would be brutal. I don't know. Could we get it? Could we start an expansion team? Could we do the Jackson Hole?
I don't think anyone wants to go there.
Why not? It's a nice spot. I'll be honest with you.
I'm sure, but I don't know if like a player wants to sign with the Wyoming Jackson Holes.
I mean, I don't think we call them the Wyoming Jackson Holes.
Why not?
That would probably not work.
Why not?
No, the Wild are already a team in a different league. Wyoming something. I'll come up with a team. I'll come up with the concept. We'll bring a basketball team. That'll be the midday show goal. We're going to bring a basketball team to Wyoming.
So I just Googled who are people from Wyoming fans of in the NBA. And I have a post from citydata.com from 2008.
Okay. So this is or is this as Seattle's going to Oklahoma City? Because that was big for the Midwest.
Maybe that sounds right, yeah. This is more of an overall sports question. And people are all over the place. A lot of Packers for football, Broncos for football. So I wonder if Nuggets, maybe the Denver Nuggets.
Never mind. Wyoming basketball's canceled. Nuggets fans, I can't have that. Forget it.
Pittsburgh getting some love on here for all sports.
Oh, Pittsburgh. I was going to say basketball? Did I miss an announcement?
Football and baseball and hockey. All right. You know, I appreciate our Wyoming listeners.
Me too. No, yeah, I liked it out there. It was a nice trip.
I'm sure they're out there.
The wilderness is pretty cool.
That's cool.
Yellowstone, get out there. It's not just a TV show.
That's right. Dude, can I tell you something? Speaking of TV shows, I had no idea that True Detective has a season 4 going on right now. No idea.
News to me.
No idea.
I had no idea either.
Now, you're not a TV guy, neither am I. But I love True Detective season 1. Season 2 is horrible. I still haven't watched season 3, even though I heard it's very good. Now all of a sudden there's a season 4. And they're like 4 episodes in.
You got to catch up on that. I'll come clean. In August, I said I was going to be done with the last season of Succession.
Still haven't done it?
Still haven't done it. I also said I was going to get done Only Murders in the Building. Still haven't done it.
I didn't even know that show existed.
What? You haven't seen Only Murders in the Building? I'm watching it, man.
Is that the one with Selena?
Yeah.
Oh, that's why you're watching it.
That's not true. It's good. It's a good show.
I did hear about that show.
It's
now
a
that I'm
show.
starting to think deeper about it.
The Emmys. It wins awards.
Oh, do they win a lot? That's good. No, that's good.
Steve Martin Short, do you not respect greatness?
I do respect greatness.
Meryl Streep was in the most recent season.
That's good.
I haven't seen it yet, but hey, you watch your mouth when you talk about why I'm watching shows.
All right. Now look, you do you.
I'm
man.
watching it for the content. Content's good.
So that we can talk about it on the show. That's good.
That's true.
All right, so here's what we got coming up. We got Matt Breen of the Inquirer, Inquirer.com, joining us at 12:30. It is a Breen Day. I love talking to Matt Breen on Wednesdays. We bounce all over the place, so I can't wait to have some of these conversations with him. How he is a guy that writes stories across the board, all sports. So I'd be curious to see where he believes trends are going, both good and bad, across age groups for different sports. And so I'm interested to talk to Matt about that. Also, talk to him about Joel Embiid and where he stands in overall legendary lore in Philadelphia sports, because he's got to be up there. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer, but I also know that people have soured on Joel Embiid. A lot of you have. and you probably hear first ballot Hall of Famer, you roll your eyes at it. You hear me bring up the fact that he is a legendary athlete in Philadelphia sports history, you roll your eyes at it. But he's up there. You just got to call it the way that it is. He is up there. So we'll talk to Matt about that. But coming up next, before we even get to Matt, I found an article on ESPN.com this morning that I think we could have some fun with. They polled people about what they're going to do Super Bowl Sunday. How they're going to watch it, where they're going to watch it, food, people that they'll be around. I'm going to see where you and I rank, where we're at percentage-wise with the other people that will be enjoying Super Bowl Sunday. I will tell you right now, Christy is going to be out Super Bowl Sunday for her sister's birthday. So I'll be home alone with Coop. I'm kind of thrilled for it. I could just sit down and watch a game, man. The only problem is bedtime's a little later now, so he might be up for the whole game, which is kind of problematic. But you know, we'll figure it out. But I want to see where you are at, Ray, and myself with the menu. There's all kinds of stuff on this article. So we'll go through that before we get to Matt Breen, who joins us coming up at 12:30. We'll also talk to Matt about the NBA trade deadline, which is tomorrow, what he wants them to do with the understanding that Joel Embiid at some point will come back, or the hope that Joel Embiid will come back at some point. We'll also play you that clip from Adrian Wojnarowski because he gave an update last night about what the Sixers have in store for the trade deadline. I'm Andrew Salchunas, the Midday Show right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
76ers and Warriors tonight. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Mattress Firm. Dive into hibernation mode with deeper sleep during Mattress Firm's President's Day sale. Shop now to save up to $500 on select Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress sets and receive a $300 instant gift for pillows and more. The Joel Embiid-less 76ers return to the floor tonight. Embiid underwent surgery yesterday on his left meniscus, and the 76ers will reevaluate him in 4 weeks. As for the rest of the squad, well, they've lost 6 of 7 games and slipped to 4-11 without Embiid on the floor this season. As for the Warriors, they've won 3 of 4, including one over the 76ers last week out west. The game tonight is at 7:30, and you catch the live call of it right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Elsewhere in the NBA, the trade deadline looms. It's tomorrow. Yahoo Sports had a report that linked the 76ers to the Pacers. Buddy Hield. And also, Adrian Wojnarowski gave out the names of Andre Drummond and Kelly Olynyk as names to watch for the 76ers. Wendy saying that there's 1 to 3 trades that could be made by the Sixers tomorrow. The Flyers won 2-1 last night over the Florida Panthers. The win broke a 5-game losing skid as the Flyers returned from the All-Star break in a big way. Travis Konecny and Noah Cates scored goals in the win. The Flyers returned to action tomorrow night against the Jets at 7 o'clock. The Philadelphia Inquirer's Matt Breen joins the show coming up in the next segment at 12:30 to talk about all things Philadelphia sports. I'm Ray Dunn. Breaking sports news all day, every day is here. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
When breaking sports news happens in Philly, we have you covered. Live updates, press conferences, insight, perspective, and your reaction. This is 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hey, it's Jen Scordo. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, has the perfect way for you to get in on Super Bowl 58 action with a no-sweat same-game parlay. When you bet on Super Bowl 58 on FanDuel, one game can mean a lot of wins. FanDuel has all your favorite bets like the money line and the spread, plus all sorts of prop bets. Of course, the Super Bowl is set with Kansas City and San Francisco. I like Andy Reid and KC to win, a Travis Kelce anytime touchdown, and maybe a bit of a long shot, Christian McCaffrey for MVP despite Kansas City winning. Might not happen, but a small bet will turn into a lot of money if it does. Combine all your bets for a chance at a bigger payday, too. Get bonus bets back if your same-game parlay doesn't win. Start building your own or just bet a popular SGP already made for you in America's #1 sportsbook. Visit FanDuel.com/Scordo, my last name, it's SCORDO, if you don't already have an account. And make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL.
21 plus and present in PA. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth. And if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, You'll owe even more tomorrow, and it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Look, it's cold outside, right? Frosty, freezy in the mornings. Must be February. So if you finally had enough of the frigid drafts coming through your windows and the frustration of getting those energy bills, it's time to fight the February cold. You're going to get quality replacement windows now from Window Nation. So for this month only, replace your windows and save big with 50% off all style windows. Plus, 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 24 months. It's the shortest month of the year, but this is the best deal. The professional installation teams have over 10 years of experience. Plus, they can install your new windows in 1 day or less, and they come with a lifetime warranty. With proven quality and service, there's no wonder that thousands of homeowners trust Window Nation, and you know you can too. So don't miss out. With 50% off and 0 down, plus 0 interest and no payments for 24 months, you cannot afford to wait. And it's easy. All you do is call 866-90NATION after you've already done your window shopping online at windownation.com, and then you can schedule your free in-home estimate.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Getting your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt can lead to some spirited reactions.
Jackson Hewitt!
Jackson Hewitt is so sure that you'll get your biggest refund that if they don't, you get your money back plus $100.
Jackson Hewitt!
And Jackson Hewitt also guarantees the accuracy of your return for life. So don't just sit there. For your biggest refund guaranteed, walk into a Jackson Hewitt today and dance out Jackson Hewitt!
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-temperature performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through March 4th, get 5 quarts of Castrol Edge or Edge High Mileage Full Synthetic and an oil filter for $36.99, only at AutoZone.
Claim based on Sequence 3H test versus API SP test limits.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When I set out to build our firm, it was built for greatness. It was built for you. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Today, Morgan
He just talked about how NBA players are the most gifted athletes, maybe sometimes too gifted because of how much scoring there is. That's awesome to me. Like, I don't want to watch bad basketball players if that means the score is 70 to 65. The reason why they're scoring as many points as they are is because they are gifted. Now, you can make the case they don't play any defense anymore, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I get that. No more hand checking, all that kind of stuff. I understand that. But, like, Steph Curry, I can watch any night. With the chances of him pulling up at half court, just pull up. Not buzzer beater. Pull up 3 from just inside half court. Splash. Like, that is incredible to me. That is talent. That's not luck. I know, like, if you've ever played basketball in your life, you attempted a half-court shot for fun, right? And sometimes it goes in, sometimes it doesn't. This guy's doing it in the middle of a game, like a heat check, right? Like, to me, that's awesome. So I don't know why you should take away your interest from the NBA because guys are so athletic and scoring so much. I could say the opposite to the older day of basketball. I've talked about this before when we were doing the playbacks during COVID, right? There was no sports to talk about, so Anthony and I reacted to old games. Villanova, Georgetown, I say this as respectfully as possible, was one of the most boring games I went back and watched. No shot clock. Dribble, 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 pass. It was Jackie Moon, right? It was Jackie Moon and with the Flint Tropics. Kicking it back out. Again, back here. Kicking it back out again. It was a great game. It was a great story. Villanova, the major upset, beating Georgetown. But the game itself, like, it was low block, mid-range, taking 2 minutes off the clock before taking a shot. That is not interesting to me. I know at the time, and everybody that's hearing that watched it is like, wants to grab my throat through your radio right now. I understand that. At the time, I'm not saying at the time you should have enjoyed it. Looking back at it, I think the sport has gotten better because of shot clocks, because of needing to be faster. Right? Like, I think that's good for the NBA. There's a reason why the NBA wasn't on TV in championship games, dude. Your taste cake, Dom. Talk about the tape delay. Think about that for a second. Championship games were not on live TV. Maybe it's good that things changed in the league a little bit to the chagrin of Scott and other people in their 40s and 50s that are checking in and say that they're not fans of the NBA anymore because it used to be better back in the day. The product's better now.
It's entertainment.
It is entertainment. Now, some people don't like the entertainment aspect of it. You and I like the bouncing around of teams with players. Older people, more veteran fans, I'll say, because I like to be respectful, appreciated guys on one team for 15 years.
Very interesting they do that. Embiid, how many different teams has he been on?
That's a funny thing, right? Because people don't like Embiid. He falls too much and blah, blah, blah. He's been here the entire time.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. Well, this is an Embiid conversation. This is a basketball conversation.
It's okay,
but you're right.
I've had a week of...
There are a lot of people of that demographic that don't like Joel Embiid because he's too soft, but also don't like it when players bounce around. And you're right, he hasn't bounced around.
I can trade you, but you can't say you want to be traded.
Right. That's a good point.
Hey, listen, I'm just observing. I'm just the casual observer over here, all right? I'm just intrigued by fandom and by the way some people view this.
Yes. All right, how long's the Woj clip? About a minute and a half? All right, I'm going to play that before we get Matt Breen. But the ESPN article, they surveyed over 2,000 Americans, right? So obviously that's not that big of a number. But over 2,000 Americans explaining what they will be doing come Super Bowl Sunday, what they will be doing for Super Bowl Sunday. And of the 2,000, 4% that answered were Eagles fans. How about that? So we'll do this one first because there's a bunch of questions. I want to see where you're at. Where do you plan on watching this year's Super Bowl? The options: at home alone or with immediate family, which will be me. at home hosting a party or get-together, at a friend or family member's house, at a bar or restaurant, and then somewhere else. The home alone immediate family, where I'm at, is 51%. It's actually much more.
Antisocial we've gotten.
I guess so. COVID, man. 21% say at home hosting a party or get together. 21% also say at a friend or family member's house. So, I guess you could say that that's 42% of people are with people.
So we got the same percentage of people hosting as are going to these places?
Yes. And then
you guys need more friends.
6% at a bar or restaurant, 1% somewhere else, which I don't know what somewhere else would be, but
maybe a casino?
Yeah, but isn't
maybe
that sports book, I guess. Yeah.
Casino? Maybe work?
Or people are out. Like maybe they're like we've heard stories about people on vacation watching the Super Bowl, that kind of stuff.
Good point.
So where are you at on that?
I'm not
you're
hosting.
Mr. Social.
I want this very clear. I am not hosting.
But you'll be.
If you're listening right now and you think you're coming over you're not.
But you're going somewhere.
Yeah, I'm going somewhere.
Now, is it friend's house or is it bar or restaurant?
Friend's house.
Okay, so you're of that 21%.
As of this moment.
All right.
Everything is always subject to change with me.
Well, yeah, they could cancel on you at any time.
Oh, and what? I meant more my FOMO would take me out.
Okay, I got
But
you.
yeah, no. I plan on having a relaxing Sunday.
Okay.
And I plan on just walking over to my friend's place and watching with them. I got to figure out what I'm bringing, but
you'll be fine.
I'm not hosting. I'm not hosting this year. Okay?
All right.
Want that very clear.
So Matt Breen's going to join us in a little bit, or right after this clip. So here's Adrian Wojnarowski yesterday talking about the Sixers and what their plans will be with Joel Embiid in the trade deadline.
The Sixers are very much weighing the possibility that Joel Embiid does return this season, that they can still play with him as their centerpiece. And because of that, they're going to continue to be buyers at this trade deadline. And I think they're trying to improve themselves on multiple fronts. Perhaps is there a backup center who could help carry them here in the short term? There's certainly a number of them available. There are a lot of teams in the market for backup centers, potentially players like Andre Drummond, who had been in Philadelphia before, Kelly Olynyk. Those are some of the guys in that marketplace, but doing bigger things than that. What Philly wants to do, they're in 5th place right now in the East. They're 3 games up on Indiana. What Philly would like to be able to do is stay at least in 6th place, not drop out into the play-in, and see if they can maintain that until Joel Embiid gets back or once he gets back. And I think for them, that's certainly a short-term goal. But they're out. They're aggressive. They know they have a tight window with Joel Embiid. They know there's risk in doing a deal or deals here, and then he doesn't come back this season or he's not himself. But I think they're willing to live with that risk because they have certainly, the reigning MVP, a player who was on his way to another MVP this season. And if they can have him healthy in the playoffs or healthy enough, they want to have a group around him that gives them a chance.
Right.
So there's Adrian Wojnarowski talking about what the Sixers are going to do. He believes the Sixers will be aggressive and active before the deadline tomorrow, which I think is the right thing to do, with the belief or hope, you could say, that Joel Embiid will be back and ready to go come playoff time. Would love to hear your thoughts on that, 610-632-0975. But now it's a Breen Day, and I get to get the thoughts of a very brilliant mind from the Inquirer, Inquirer.com. That, of course, Matt Breen. Matt, what's up, man?
What's going on, Andrew? How you doing?
I'm doing great. We are all over the place, kind of an open-ended day. I have a topic on hand that I want to get to, but before I get to that, we just played a clip from Adrian Wojnarowski. He was on NBA Live yesterday, and he talked about the Sixers are going to go into the deadline tomorrow aggressive and active with the hope that Embiid will be back come playoff time. Your thoughts on that mindset for Daryl Morey and the Sixers?
I think that's the mindset you have to have because he's not ruled out for the season. So if you're bridging the gap until he returns, then as long as you have that hope, then you have to be buyers. And I don't necessarily even know how they'd be sellers anyway. Like, what are real things? You're not selling Kyrie Smith.
Yeah, I think it's more so buyer or stand pat. I don't know if it's necessarily selling.
They need the standing pat might as well be punting on the season at this point.
Right.
What we've seen the last week or so. So I think they need to buy like Woj had mentioned, the backup center that can start until Embiid gets back is great. And like him saying that reminds me of 2001. Theo Ratliff gets hurt in February. Theo Ratliff having a great year, started the All-Star game that year on a great team. And you could have punted there, right? He gets hurt in February, and then what do? They go out and get Mutombo, and Mutombo ends up, helping them get to the NBA Finals. So,
and this is with the idea that you're also getting your best player back at some point.
Exactly.
Joel Embiid.
Yeah,
you're
like
right.
Iverson was still on the team, so Embiid's your Iverson, and Embiid's coming back. So you just need to survive to get. You need to be in the playoffs for if Embiid is able to come back and be back at, obviously not 100%, but be back in a substantial role. And I think paying the price, whatever that is, this week, to get a center to get you there is worth it. To punt on this and to sell or to stand pat with this be such a waste.
So you brought up Embiid and how he's this team's Iverson, right? So one of the things that we're talking about today is Joel Embiid and where he stands amongst the legendary players in Philadelphia lore. And by legendary, I'm not talking about, guys that are in and around the city and having fun like a Pat Burrell. I'm talking about guys that were successful, even though Pat Burrell was, but successful on the field, successful in terms of championships or, overall team success, which obviously Embiid does not have that yet. And he may never, but he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, and he's going to have records in Philadelphia. Where does he stand for you amongst not just Sixers, but like throughout across the board in Philadelphia?
Yeah, even if in the Sixers, Iverson's ahead of him. Obviously, Wilt is ahead of him.
Yeah.
Dr. J's ahead of him, and Moses Malone's ahead of him, and you could say Charles Barkley, even though most of his success went elsewhere, is ahead of him. And it's not that slight Joel Embiid, but they haven't won yet with Joel Embiid. And at the end of the day, it's really you need to win, or you need to Charles Barkley. They didn't get far either, but I think you need to win.
But I just find it interesting, like the way people talk about Charles Barkley now, and then you hear the things that are said about Embiid now, right? Like I know there's still a lot of Embiid fans out there. And I know that it's usually the vocal minority that we talk to, but there's a lot of people that have soured on Joel Embiid or never liked Joel Embiid. He falls too much. He's out of shape, blah, blah, blah. Whereas I feel like similar things were said about Charles Barkley back in the day, but he's looked at now as a legend. So would that happen with Embiid one day, like 15 years from now? Will people start saying how great he was?
Yeah, like you said, he's a Hall of Famer, and it's hard. Again, his career's not over yet. So it's so hard to talk about people's legacies when the moments haven't happened yet, like the championship or the winning in the postseason hasn't happened yet, and it's still there's a lot to be said. There's still a lot to be written about Joel Embiid's story. Like who knows what this summer holds or where it's going. So it's just, I think there's a chance that he's remembered as a Mount Rushmore type Philadelphia sports athlete, but to put him on there now or to put him ahead of guys that have won or had longer careers. Would be, it's too early. It's too early to do that. But could he be there? Sure. But you need to stay healthy. That's not a knock on him. Like guys get injured, but you need to stay healthy. You need to win and need to stay here for a little bit longer than at this day and now.
Now, of the other guys that are playing currently or maybe heading toward retirement, where does a guy like Jason Kelce rank in Philadelphia lore? Where does a guy like Bryce Harper rank currently and could rank at some point?
Yeah, I think Kelce is an all-time Eagle. He's a retired number in my book.
Oh, yeah.
Kelce, Graham, Fletcher Cox, Lane Johnson are all-time Eagles. So they could all retire today, which who knows, they all could retire today. And they are all-time Eagles, all-time Philadelphia sports guys and retired numbers. Bryce Harper, same thing. I think he cemented himself with the home run to win the NLCS. And so it's like that's the moment that you need. Not only did Harper didn't win the MVP that year, he won it the year before.
Right.
And but that doesn't really matter. Like that's not the moment. I remember Harper's MVP season when they didn't make the playoffs. No, I don't. But I remember him hitting the home run to send them to the World Series. Like that's what people remember.
One of the things that people take away from Embiid is that he hasn't had that playoff moment.
For sure, and that's the hope that is coming, and it looked like it was coming this year before the injury, and who knows, it still could come if he heals from this surgery and he's ready to go come May or June, and he's ready for the playoffs. Like, yeah, that this could be it. This could be his moment. And he came back from surgery to bring this team to Eastern Conference Finals, NBA Finals, whatever it is. Like that's it. But it just hasn't happened yet, and I don't. But as long as he is back from this injury, say next year, forget this year for a second, I still think it can happen. And I would bet that it would happen.
We're speaking to Matt Breen on the Comcast Business Hotline. Matt, the main topic that we've been talking about today has been interest level in sports across the board. Because the reason why I even had this topic, I got a tweet yesterday from a guy named Scott, who told me to stop talking about the Sixers. Now, usually when I get that kind of tweet, I'm expecting, like, you don't know ball, right? You're casual. You have no idea what you're talking about. He then says, nobody above the age of 30 cares about the NBA. Now, a sweeping statement like that is incorrect, but there are numbers out there nationally that, 30 above, 40 above, 50 above, the popularity of the NBA is dwindling. But based off of what you do, I mean, you talk about every single sport. You talk to a lot of people all over the city. What sport, other than the NFL, because the NFL is king, no matter how bad of a product it could be, it's king. What sport do you think is in its best standing right now?
I don't know if it's in its best standing, but you would be surprised by the numbers of web traffic and circulation we get off Phillies. And I don't say that like no one cares about Phillies. Like forever we've been talking about baseball is dying.
Yep.
And it's this dying sport. But if you look at you could write, not even the world's greatest Philly story, just like the news of the day. And there's a really hungry readership for Phillies coverage. And Eagles, obviously, that's no surprise. But I think people would be surprised a little bit by how many people really do like baseball.
Well, I think it's trending in the right direction, too. I know the average age dropped, toward a younger age this year. Not by much, but it was like a year or two, that's heading in the right direction. And I wonder if some of these rule changes that they made, and obviously the increase in betting and pro, they're doing a better job marketing players. I wonder how much that helps as well.
It could be. And I think a lot of the NBA and sports in general, it's just overexposure a little bit. And maybe an emphasis in the NBA is so much on what's going to happen this summer or what's going to happen at the trade deadline, and it's November. I mean, you're talking about the trade deadline already. It's just they've focused on player movement being such a big storyline where the games almost become secondary during the regular season.
Wow, yeah.
Player movement, and then it's to the playoffs, and it's kind of I feel like that's kind of hurt the regular season interest level on the product.
And then you get a championship, which even though it was, they both deserve being there, of Denver and Miami. And is that really grabbing, say what you want about the Lakers. If the Lakers are in it, people are watching.
For sure. And TV ratings are one thing, but it's just I do sense a lack of day-to-day interest in the basketball team and maybe the NBA as a whole, just because of that. Not that obviously they draw crowds and they like it. Obviously it's sold out and everything, and people are paying attention to the Sixers. But I don't know if there's as much of the day-to-day ride as there is in other sports because of this obsession that's created of where guys are going to go next or player movement, and that's been talked about a lot. But I think that kind of hurt the day-to-day product. And there's just so much out there. There's so much this is random, but last weekend with the NHL skills competition, and back in the day, you loved that on Saturday. It was every Saturday night,
right?
The skills competition, and you watched that. But now it's you can see these guys every night.
Dude, there was a player, I forget who it was, with the Lightning, who didn't even try.
Yeah,
even they don't care.
I didn't even know it was on. It was actually Friday night this year. They switched it, and I'm I found out Saturday was on. I remember as a kid, I loved that.
Yeah, you were looking forward to it.
There's just so much available to us now, with at the click of a button, that I just think the way we consume sports is different than it's ever been. You can watch a highlight of a game in 5 minutes that's maybe just as entertaining to you as sitting down the night before and watching the game. So it's a weird time to be a sports. It's a great time to be a sports fan because so much is available. It's also a very strange time.
Right? Oh, wow. It's a good way of looking at it. All right, Matt, what do we got coming up on the Inquirer from you?
There is a UFC fight on Saturday night. The night before the Super Bowl is always a big fight, and this one is in Vegas, which obviously where the Super Bowl is. And the headliner is a guy grew up in South Jersey, went to high school in Delco, Joe Pfeiffer.
Okay.
And he lived this tumultuous childhood, difficult upbringing at home. He goes to high school at Pencrest, which is in Delco, and doesn't know anybody. This coach just gives him like a positive reinforcement. The kid ends up being homeless for a week his junior year, sleeping on a park bench. This guy splits a sandwich with him, like this small minor act of kindness in his classroom at lunch, gives him a sandwich, and it like turned this kid to life around. And the teacher didn't even know it, but what he was being was just being a teacher, being a role model, being a positive influence for this kid who needed it at the right time. So next thing you know, this guy says, I wouldn't be where I am, which is like on the cusp of UFC stardom without this teacher that I had, this assistant wrestling coach. And it's just like a reminder of like, for people that are going through tough times, that, you know, obviously there's a light in the tunnel, but also like for the people who aren't, like, we can just be kind to people.
Yeah, small act of kindness.
Impactful that is to people, and it can change somebody's life by just splitting your sandwich with them.
Wow, that's awesome, Matt. Listen, I can't wait to read that one. That's a beautiful story. You always do such a great job, man. You never miss a beat. We'll be checking that one out in the Inquirer and Inquirer.com. And I can't wait to talk to you again next week.
Thanks a lot, Andrew. Take care, man.
There he is, Matt Breen of the Inquirer, Inquirer.com. That's a beautiful story, man. You know, Joe Pfeiffer out of Pittsgrove Township, New Jersey. How about that? Wonderful. All right. Wow, that's heavy in a good way. Beautiful story. Small act of kindness. All right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to continue to give you this Super Bowl survey as we go on through the show. The next question is, which part of the Super Bowl experience are you most excited about? I got a tweet about the Super Bowl that I was surprised by. Is the Super Bowl dying? 610?
Oh, jeez. Not this.
And as the show goes on, I'm going to continue to throw out. We open up the first set of prop bets for the Super Bowl, the fun ones, not just the game itself. I'll start giving more of those as the show goes on. I'm Andrew Salchunas, the Midday Show, right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Warriors in town tonight. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Mattress Firm. Dive into hibernation mode with deeper sleep during Mattress Firm's President's Day sale. Shop now to save up to $500 on select Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress sets and receive a $300 instant gift for pillows and more. The Joel Embiid list 76ers return to the floor tonight. Embiid underwent surgery yesterday on his left meniscus, and the 76ers will reevaluate him in 4 weeks. The Sixers have lost 6 of 7 games and slipped to 4-11 on the season without Joel Embiid on the floor. As for the Warriors, they've won 3 of 4, including one over the 76ers last week out west. As for the matchup tonight, that's at 7:30, and you catch the live call right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Plenty of rumors swirling about the NBA trade deadline, what the 76ers may do at tomorrow's deadline. Yahoo Sports had linked the 76ers to Buddy Hield. Of course, we've played for you the audio of Adrian Wojnarowski talking about potentially Andre Drummond or Kelly Olynyk for the 76ers as they look to fill the vacancy of Joel Embiid while he is out of the lineup. As for Flyers, they won 2-1 last night over the Florida Panthers. The win broke a 5-game losing skid as the Flyers returned from the All-Star break in a big way. Travis Konechny and Noah Cates scored goals in the win. The Flyers return to action tomorrow night against the Jets at 7 o'clock. You just heard Matt Breen from the Philadelphia Inquirer join the show. You'll be able to catch that conversation one more time at 97.5thefanatic.com. I'm Ray Dunn. Breaking sports news all day, every day is here at 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
John Kincaid, Bob Cooney, Pat Egan. Listen for the big storylines in Philly sports that matter to you. The John Kincaid Show. Weekday morning 6 to 10. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hey guys, Andrew, happy Super Bowl from FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sports book. Super Bowl Sunday is all about the best seat on the couch, your favorite snacks, placing some super bets, a nice ice cold beer, making sure Cooper is in eyesight when I'm watching the game by myself. Hey, come on back over here, please. I would appreciate it. He's got the little TV in his playroom, and I got obviously the family. It might have to be on both rooms, in the house, bounce around a little bit. But you know what? What I'm going to be checking most is my FanDuel Sportsbook app because FanDuel has so many ways for you to end the season with a W or 2 or 3. You can bet on who will win Super Bowl 58, plus FanDuel has bets for which players will score a touchdown, how many points will be scored, and a whole lot more. And new customers who join today get $200 in bonus bets if your first bet of $5 or more wins. So what I suggest you to do, you new users out there, place a $5 bet at some point now until the end of the week on whatever the biggest favorite you think is out there, you think is going to win. Put that $5 bet down. If it hits, lovely. You have $200 more to play around with on Super Bowl Sunday. Just visit FanDuel.com/Fanatic to sign up. That's FanDuel.com/Fanatic and make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. You got to be 21 plus and present in PA. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days at the receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
So this isn't just a big day for your business. It's a big day for the network keeping it all connected. That is, if it can handle the pressure.
Next in line, please.
So is it possible to get business internet you can really count on? It is. With 99.9% network reliability from Comcast Business. It's like this neat little bow.
Do you like that gift wrap?
Really ties it all together. Reliable internet for your business. It's not just possible. It's happening. Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $1,000 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today to switch to Comcast Business. Ends 2/21/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 50 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season. I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text ENERGY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ENRGY to 42424. That's ENERGY to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
It's that time of year, Counter-Strike fans. The biggest esports tournament is back. This week marks the kickoff of IEM Katowice. The long-standing tournament features 24 of the best teams in Counter-Strike facing off to win their chunk of a $1 million prize pool. Competition will be fierce as only the top 6 teams will be able to play at Sputnik Arena in February. Who do you hope takes the crown?
The latest esports and gaming news. Find it online at checkpointxp.com.
I'm Justin Jefferson with the Minnesota Vikings.
Hi, I'm Jamar Chase with the Cincinnati Bengals.
Nobody can stop it. Why do I choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Because I only go all out.
Because I can't be stopped. Because my Sleep Number smart bed helps me sleep at the right temperature all night.
So we can take our game to the next level. That's why 80% of NFL players choose the Sleep Number smart bed. Sleep next level, perform next level.
Save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. Ends Monday. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-temperature performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through March 4th, get 5 quarts of Castrol Edge or Edge High Mileage Full Synthetic and an oil filter for $36.99, only at AutoZone.
Claim based on Sequence 3 H-test versus API SP test limits.
For your big game party, you better pop in to Total Wine and More for a guaranteed win. We've got thousands of bottles down every aisle, and prices so low they're gonna make you smile. Ask our helpful guides for a recommendation to add some spirits and wine to your beverage station. Discover something new and let the fun begin. Come on down to Total Wine and More for a guaranteed win.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Relationships are built on trust. At McLaughlin Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, we
We keep our customers happy by keeping our word. That means we've got your back with 24-hour emergency service. It means your new HVAC system will be installed on time and on budget. At McLaughlin, we take pride in our work and our word. Sound like a good relationship fit for you? Visit us online at McLaughlinPHC.com. McLaughlin Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, a Carrier factory authorized dealer. Carrier, turn to the experts.
The stars look amazing tonight. Hold up. Is that a UFO?
Quick, grab a photo.
Oh, it's too far away and too dark.
Don't worry, my Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra can handle it.
What?
Your UFO? It's a drone.
Aw.
See what others can't with Zoom with Galaxy AI on the new S24 Ultra. Get yours now at Samsung.com. Epic, just like that.
WPEN and WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia. A Beasley Media Group station. Broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studios. Powering possibilities. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. Andrew Salchunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It's 12:53 here on the Midday Show, 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm Andrew Salchunas. Coming up at 2 o'clock, the best show ever. Now, here's the thing. So we, for a living, need to give opinions, and a lot of times opinion becomes debate. So because you have a bunch of people under one roof that debate basically every day, it doesn't matter what the topic is. I was just debating with Tyrone, shockingly, but not about sports. So the D Train, Dylan McKinnon, who's just does a million things behind the scenes and is tremendous at all of it. He's been doing these daily Instagram videos, which I think is awesome, right? Because it's also not just always about, should you trade Joel Embiid 6-1? Like, no, it's like, it shows us a little bit, our personalities. So today's question that he's posting is who you would like to see next year do the Super Bowl halftime show. And I knew that my answer would get heat on social media and immediately got heat from Tyrone. Now, Tyrone didn't hear my reasoning, but then when he did hear my reasoning, he said they wouldn't go for it, which I believe would be the case, that they wouldn't go for it, but it's worth a shot. So my answer, Ray, was the Zach Brown Band. And I know, you can't do Zach Brown, country. Bleh. I get it. I have a reason behind it, though. I've now seen them 3 times in concert. They are my favorite band. They do cover. Part of the reason why I go back is because of what they do at their concerts. They cover everything and every genre. Rock, hip-hop. They do it all. Like, they're spin on it. Obviously, they're a country band. So, like, obviously there's a little bit of a twang. They're singing Gin and Juice with a twang. You know what I mean? A little different.
Yeah, a little different.
But it's not so much twang like the way Jamie would do it. You know what I mean? It's not honky tonk. It's,
come on.
It's a sound. They have a specific sound. The reason why I said them is because they are also not full on country. They have, they play some of you hear their songs in other stations now. It's not just always down the hall on XTU.
They got a little generic to them, a little pop to them.
Yes. And the covers, one of the coolest things about their concerts, the last 15 minutes, they let every member of the band perform the cover of something. Violinist, everything, right? And it's pretty cool. So I said that because it would be cool and different if the halftime show was a bunch of legendary songs via the band. And then maybe they bring on certain, surprise guests. Who was it? We talked about this yesterday. Was it Maroon 5? All of a sudden, it was Beyonce that popped up on stage. It ended up being the Beyonce show, right?
Right.
More so
As
than
it should be.
the Maroon. Exactly. More than the Maroon 5 show. I wonder if they'd be cool with that, where they perform some of their big hits, but then also have a bunch of people pop on and they do a bunch of covers and have their own sound to it. I know people are against the idea because people are afraid to be different.
Sure. Well, I think I gave a different answer. So
what was?
No. We'll save it for
you want to
social.
save it?
Save
Okay,
for
we'll
social.
save it.
Hey, go check out at 975 the Fanatic.
I just figured, I want people to hear me out because it's also a quick clip, so it's not like I could.
No, I don't
use
want
5
people to hear
minutes
me
on it.
out. I just want people to react. Hot take's not about sports.
I just it's Usher this year, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like are we going down a path where it's like, not old school?
Hey, he's got a new album out.
Yeah, and he'll probably do a song or two from it, but it's going to be the hits. Like last year's what was last year?
It was Rihanna.
Last year was Rihanna. She was tremendous.
Fantastic.
The year before that was one of my favorites.
Was my favorite.
It was.
Well, I think we both said it was our favorite.
Yep,
And
with
yesterday's.
Snoop and Dre and Eminem and company. Kendrick was on there.
Oh, yeah.
It was awesome, right? Bruno Mars did it. I don't know who's like the new
The
artist.
Weeknd did it at one point.
Who's the new artist that's going to do a halftime show?
They've never had Taylor Swift do it. I know that's one.
Right. No, I'm thinking like up and coming because it seems like it's everybody that.
I don't think they've had Drake do it. So I feel like there's still a couple names out there, people that could do it. New ones, yeah. I don't know who new it's going to be. Like you could just see.
That's why I'm trying to think of something.
Olivia Rodrigo
different.
dropping driver's license on the halftime show.
All right, but that's one song.
Yeah. You think Zach Bryan? Think Noah Khan? Like.
Yeah, I don't know if they'd ever go country artist.
Right, that's part of it. I don't think they'll go country. I'm trying to think new, like, think you get like a Meek halftime show? You think?
I don't know.
I'm trying to think who pop star wise fits. Like Rihanna to me was the ultimate choice.
Yeah,
like Rihanna's the pop star that can,
and it spans decades. Like like high school Andrew was rocking out to some of those songs, man, last year.
Yeah. As you should be. Yeah, I didn't know you need my affirmation on that one. I was also rocking out to the Rihanna songs. I enjoyed every bit of it. Rihanna is like, again, when you go pop star that just about everyone's going to be like, yeah, okay, I'll sign up for this.
Right. That's why I said Zach Brown, because of what they can also do. And it's not just,
Yeah, but a lot of people are going to take it as just country and like,
right.
Yeah, this would be a good
Tyrone
time
said
for me to take a break.
he wouldn't even watch it.
Yeah.
He wouldn't even give it a shot.
I mean, I'm the king of like me with Usher. I'm like, yeah, like it's not nothing against Usher. Got some good hits. I rocked out to the hits at the time.
Yeah.
It wasn't one that had me jumping for joy like Rihanna.
Yeah. Isn't that one of the songs? Yeah.
Yeah. OMG.
I like Usher. Usher's good. It's a good pick. But again, we're going back in time a little bit. Not that that's a problem.
I'm just trying to think of who the current name is that would be like the biggest name in music right now.
Dua Lipa. That's what.
Yeah.
It's a big name.
That would be.
I would watch. So that leads to the next question on this ESPN survey. Which part of the Super Bowl experience are you most excited about? So the first question was, where do you plan on watching this year's Super Bowl? ESPN polled thousands of NFL fans, or maybe people. Maybe I shouldn't say NFL fans. People. 51% said at home, alone, or with immediate family. 21% said at home hosting a party. 21% said at a friend or family members hosting a party. 6% said at a bar. 1% said somewhere else. The next question was, which part of the Super Bowl experience are you most excited about? There was 4 options. The football game, which came in the majority, 43%, which is where I'm at. I imagine you as well.
No. Yeah, I mean, I'm not excited that these are the two teams we got, but of course the football's going to be what draws me the most.
Commercials, 22%. Which the commercials are funny. With phones now, I'm not locked in like I used to be. I'd rather see what's being said about the game.
Thing in the world. You somehow finding a way to be anti-Super Bowl commercials.
No, I'm on social media. That's what younger people do, right? No, I think they're funny, but you know what? A lot of these Super Bowl. Here's the problem. Here's my biggest problem. I already saw what's supposed to be the funniest one. The Tua Tagovailoa one.
I didn't see it.
I watched it already.
No spoilers.
It's on Twitter.
Someone said
a lot of these commercials are already out.
Yeah, and guess what? I see every time I see Super Bowl commercial, I treat it as if it's someone trying to spoil a TV show for me.
Okay, so you're not going to watch it. All right.
I will watch.
I'm looking. There's got to be a Geico Caveman one. They've already set it up.
They've set it up.
They did divisional round. They did NFC AFC Championship weekend. there's got to be a Geico Caveman commercial on the Super Bowl.
Absolutely.
The halftime show gets 19% of the vote, which is why I even figured I'd bring up the Instagram thing, because almost 20% of the people that voted on this are looking most forward to the halftime show. 16% said the food.
I don't know what's on the menu yet, so I could actually move the food past the football. I don't know what's on the menu yet for where I'm going. I am very disgusted. I'm not. It's not really that anti-Chiefs. Just the fact that I have to watch 49ers in this game is really making the football tough for me.
Yeah, they're back.
I'm a hater. I absolutely.
All right. So speaking of, and I'll get to the phones in a second. I promise. So you're like itching to talk about this.
Yeah, I am.
So Deebo Samuel, you know how the Super Bowl press conferences, everybody's got to talk, from the quarterback to the long snapper, right? Everybody's got to talk. Some have hundreds of people around them, like Travis Kelce did. Some have like one. You know what I mean? It happens. So Deebo Samuel's turn to speak. Do we have the clip or just the quote?
Just the quote.
So Deebo Samuel, I'm guessing, was asked. I don't think he came out and said it himself. Although I wouldn't be surprised, because Eagles are, beachfront real estate in his head. He was asked about the Eagles-Niners rivalry. And he says, I don't count games between rivals that aren't close, something like that. I'm paraphrasing here. Basically saying the Eagles aren't a rival. Even though for months he talked about that game, to the point where he hung up on an interview because it was brought up, because he was trying to now stay focused. He talked about week 13 like it was Christmas Day. So that was kind of weird to me, that kind of an answer. But because they won, that's when now he's going to be big man about it.
That's not even.
You're very angry about it.
Yeah, that's not even the part that bothers me the most.
Okay,
so
what do
this
we got?
is E.J. Smith from the Inquirer. I consider rivalries close games, Samuel said Monday, alluding to the Niners' 42-19 win Lincoln Financial Field in November. We ain't going to talk about that no more, Samuel added when asked a follow-up question. That's over with. No. All of a sudden, this is something we don't talk about anymore? We don't talk about it anymore? You spent an entire offseason, whining along with your teammates on a media tour talking about, that game, about a game that was a 24-point difference. About an NFC Championship game that was not close by the end of it. Oh, we didn't have a quarterback. Oh, we're going to get him. We'll get him back. You spent an entire offseason talking about it. I had to react to it every time. Every time it happened, we had to go pull a clip, and we had to talk about the 49ers. I had to listen to you guys complain, moan, talk about it, and now all of a sudden, we don't talk about things that happened in the past anymore? That's now the new rule? That game's over? We don't talk about it? No. I'm sorry. I cannot stand that team. I can't stand the fact that they're sitting there in the Super Bowl right now. Oh, yeah, there's no rivalry there. God, I really am bothered by him just because he has the, thought process or the nerve to say, oh, yeah, no, I'm moving on. I'm not talking about that anymore. No. You spent how much time talking about it?
Nonstop.
You came back to continue to talk about it.
Up until camp, and then said he was done talking about it during camp, and then started talking about it again leading up to the game. But now that he got the last laugh, he wants to, it's done. We're not talking about it anymore.
I need you, Andy. I need you so bad.
Yeah, we're fans of Big Red here.
Yeah.
And Patrick Mahomes, and Travis Kelce, and Tay, whatever you can do to help.
I'm in. You say the word. Go Chiefs.
Go Chiefs. Let's go to Uncle Frank. What up, Uncle Frank?
Happy, beautiful Wednesday, squad.
What's up?
Outrageous week of weather. I've never watched a halftime show. Never.
That's baloney.
It is not baloney.
You have never watched a halftime show.
No, I refuse. I'm a
That's not true.
That can't, you can't run away from it.
You know what, Ray? Stop hitting that soundbite. Yes, I can. I go take a nap.
True.
You get to take a nap. It's 20 minutes.
It's for 40 minutes. Listen. Anyway. Wait a minute.
Hold on. I got there's been so many. What? No, now I'm intrigued. There's been you didn't watch Shakira? Because I watched Shakira.
No, I didn't even. No.
You didn't watch? Didn't Bruce do it one year? Yeah, Bruce. Back in 2009?
No.
You seem like a Bruce guy.
No, I do love Bruce, but
Petty, Prince, Rolling Stones, McCartney.
No.
You didn't watch any of these? U2, Aerosmith.
You going to take up all my 4 minutes?
4.
I'm embarrassed.
4.
I would. Hey, wait, real quick, Andrew. You turned 30.
Yes.
What? My e-bike went to my spam folder?
No, I don't celebrate birthdays. It's another day of the week.
I thought it was tight. All right, listen. Let me get this out. I'm focused.
Yes, please.
First thing out of the chute, I got to give a shout out to my 7th, 8th grade girls varsity basketball team, St. Agnes, who I help coach. I'm kind of like the team psychiatrist. They actually refer to me as Coach Shooter, which may come as a shock to you. But they won the regionals, and they went undefeated.
Oh, it's awesome.
And then we start the Archdiocese next week. But Coach Kelly, head coach Eric, they did a tremendous job with the girls. So it's awesome. So fun. So I wanted to call about that Vrabel soundbite yesterday.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
I mean, that confounds me. Like an owner, GM.
You could still be a head coach. I've seen your body type. You fit the mold.
Damn straight.
You're not too big. Like Mike Vrabel is too big and scary.
What are they afraid that they'll give him a wedgie?
Yeah, he's gonna put him up in the locker. No, that was the strangest thing. And thanks for the call, Uncle Frank. That was the strangest thing. If you didn't hear it yesterday, Diana Rossini on her podcast on The Athletic had a GM tell her that Mike Vrabel may not have a job in some cases because of his build, because of his body size, and how it comes off as intimidating. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. Oh, God. Yeah, I don't buy it for a second. He's never watched.
Oh, he's such a liar.
I don't buy it for a
He is
second.
full of crap with that one. No chance. I'll say that after he comes off the air. You can come after me tomorrow, Uncle Frank. Talk to you tomorrow.
I'll say in the last 10 years, so we'll start with 2014. Bruno Mars was a home run.
That was 10 years ago?
2014.
Jeez.
10-year anniversary was 5 days ago. Bruno Mars. Katy Perry actually did a tremendous job. She came out in the Tiger. Right?
Yeah, that was the shark.
That was
year,
the shark.
Right? Yeah.
Left shark.
Jeez, that was 2015.
Yep. Yeah, I was in college for these, man. Coldplay.
Don't look for me to come to bat for them.
They got some hits. Bruno Mars, actually, they had a bunch of people come out. So they had, man, Beyonce just crashed the party all the time, doesn't she?
As she should.
Beyonce, Bruno Mars, Mark Ronson, Gustavo Ramirez, and the University of California Marching Band, of course. Lady Gaga was a big one. That was the one she drop from the roof?
She came flying in.
That was a big one. Timberlake Part 2, where no skin was shown. You know,
Redemption arc,
after the last time. Maroon 5, I remember it being a good one. I'm just not a big Maroon 5 fan.
I mean, yeah, they're solid.
Travis Scott was on there. That was when Sicko Mo was a big song back in 2019. That was an okay one. Shakira was great. Shakira and J-Lo, just incredible talent. The Weeknd, as you mentioned, that was a couple of years ago. That was the one with the walking through the mirror.
The mirrors, blinded lights, whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah. But he had hits. Is he still coming out with music?
Yeah.
Sure he is. And then the next year was the Dre, Snoop, Eminem, Mary J. Blige, Kendrick Lamar, which was
fantastic.
And then Rihanna last year was great. But yeah, Usher coming up.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think maybe I've enjoyed the last two so much that I'm worried about Usher.
All right, so here you go. Here's the next ESPN poll question. How do you feel about Usher playing halftime? 27%. That's damning. 27% basically get what the Maroon 5 Coldplay sort of thing got. I hope he brings out guests. Majority of people voting, I hope he brings out guests. 24% say it's going to be amazing, which I don't remember a bad, even if you don't like the people. I don't remember a bad one.
No, but I'm not one that really, oh, wow, I can't believe what a disaster.
Right.
You know, if I don't like it, I just kind of keep quiet.
Okay. 22% said, I wish it was someone else.
Wow.
I think every year 22% would say that.
Yeah, that's like my 3% rule for any poll we put out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
18% say, I just want him to perform, yeah. 12% say, I don't know any Usher songs.
Who's making this poll? I just want him to perform, yeah. Do we have like the biggest fan of the song, yeah, in the world making this poll?
18%. And then 15% said none of the above. Come on.
15% was like too many options.
That's a cop-out. Come on.
Yeah, it was too many options. I just want him to play the song. Yeah, what a weird thing to add to a poll.
It is a weird thing to add to the poll. All right, I have more of these that I'll give to you coming up. We got one more segment left before the best show ever. We'll continue to talk about everything that we have had so far on the show today. Your interest level in sports. I got another tweet about the 30 and older crowd, about the NBA and how it's terrible. Also, our man the Guru has been blowing up my Twitter, and I needed a break. But I do have to respond to him because the Embiid and Morey hatred is just on an incredible level. I almost respect him for it because he won't waver.
Yeah, respect's not the word I'd use on that one.
I'll tell you what he tweeted next right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Warriors in town tonight. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Jackson Hewitt. It matters who does your taxes. Jackson Hewitt offers you your biggest refund guaranteed or your money back plus $100. Hurry into Jackson Hewitt today. The Joel Embiid-less 76ers return to the floor tonight. Embiid underwent surgery yesterday on his left meniscus, and the 76ers will reevaluate him in 4 weeks. The 76ers have lost 6 of 7 games and slipped to 4-11 on the season without Joel Embiid on the floor. As for the Warriors, they've won 3 of 4, including 1 over the 76ers last week out west. This game tonight at 7:30. That's the tip-off. Catch a live call right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Elsewhere in the NBA, the trade deadline looms. It is tomorrow. Yahoo Sports had a report that linked the 76ers to the Pacers' Buddy Hield, and we've played the audio for you of ESPN's Adrian Wojnarowski talking about potential backup big options in Andre Drummond and Kelly Olynyk. The Flyers won 2-1 last night over the Florida Panthers. The win broke a 5-game losing skid as the Flyers returned from the All-Star break. Travis Konechny and Noah Cates scored goals in the win. The Flyers will return to action tomorrow night against the Jets at 7 o'clock. The Philadelphia Inquirer's Matt Breen joined Andrew earlier in the program to talk about all things Philadelphia sports. You'll be able to catch that conversation one more time at 975thefanatic.com. I'm Ray Dunn. Breaking sports news all day, every day is here. 97.5 The Fanatic and 975thefanatic.com.
The Flyers will battle the Devils on Saturday, February 17th at MetLife Stadium as part of the 2024 NHL Stadium Series. And 97.5 The Fanatic has your tickets. Listen at 8 a.m. with The John Kincaid Show, noon with Andrew Salchunas, and 4 p.m. with the best show ever for your shot to win. Visit 975thefanatic.com for complete details and another chance to secure tickets for the 2024 NHL Stadium Series.
Looking for a super offer for Super Bowl 58? DraftKings Sportsbook has you covered. New customers can bet on the big game and turn $5 into $200 instantly in bonus bets. And with DraftKings same-game parlays, everyone's got a shot at an even bigger win for Super Bowl 58. String together multiple bets from the big game for a shot at making your payday even sweeter. And the best part is, DraftKings is safe, secure, and reliable. You can deposit and withdraw your funds whenever you want. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code FANATIC. New customers can bet $5 to get $200 instantly in bonus bets. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 58. With code FANATIC. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Pennsylvania only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/football terms. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
As America's largest injury firm, we have advantages few others do. Our results and reputation are well known to the other side, and we have a track record of going toe-to-toe with them and winning big. But what does that mean for you? What does that mean for your case? I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One of the things we're most proud about is that we set up our firm so that your case gets lots of attention from a lot of people. Our technology and army of lawyers give us insight and oversight into every detail and every moment of your case. Paralegals, legal assistants, investigators, buildings with boxes of evidence. Every resource carefully designed to get you the most possible. And at Morgan & Morgan, we even have a dedicated team to make sure that your calls are returned that very same day. Injured? Dial pound law. That's pound 529. All law firms are not the same. There's only one Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Injured? Visit ForThePeople.com for an office near you.
Look, it's cold outside, right? Frosty, freezy in the mornings. Must be February. So if you finally had enough of the frigid drafts coming through your windows and the frustration of getting those energy bills, it's time to fight the February cold. You're going to get quality replacement windows now from Window Nation. So for this month only, replace your windows and save big with 50% off all style windows. Plus, 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 24 months. It's the shortest month of the year, but this is the best deal. The professional installation teams have over 10 years of experience. Plus, they can install your new windows in 1 day or less, and they come with a lifetime warranty. With proven quality and service, there's no wonder that thousands of homeowners trust Window Nation, and you know you can too. So don't miss out. With 50% off and 0 down, plus 0 interest and no payments for 24 months, you cannot afford to wait. And it's easy. All you do is call 866-90NATION after you've already done your window shopping online at windownation.com, and then you can schedule your free in-home estimate.
This winter, cozy up to a home that's perfectly yours with Preferred Pros. From skilled craftsmen and expert designers to top veterinarians and relaxing pools and spas, we've got the best recommendations for you. Let us help you make your dream project a reality. Your home, your life, our professionals. Connect with Preferred Pros you can trust.
Ensure your heating and cooling system is in peak condition. Last year, Hutchinson performed thousands of repairs that could have been avoided with a tune-up backed by the area's top no-breakdown guarantee.
Landis Block transforms your backyard into a dream oasis. Visit landisbc.com to start envisioning your paradise today. From pavers to landscaping, they've got you covered. Landis Block, your backyard, your paradise.
WM Henderson Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing, and now featuring Farron Electric, provides clear upfront pricing for everything from simple repairs to full system outages.
Check out Preferred Pros today. This paid program is sponsored by businesses highly rated by actual customers. For more details on Preferred Pros, visit 975thefanatic.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Eagle Shows presents the Oaks Gun Show this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks. Don't miss one of the region's largest gun shows with over 1,500 tables. Buy, sell, or trade. From guns, rifles, pistols, and ammo to military surplus, uniforms, medals, and more. The Oaks Gun Show this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center. Minutes off Route 422 in Oaks, PA. Friday 1 to 7, Saturday 9 to 5, and Sunday 9 to 4. Tickets are just $15 a day. Or get a 3-day pass for $40. Get yours at the door or visit eagleshows.com.
The Piccalilli Inn is taking orders now for the big game. SB 58 game day packages start at just $58 and includes 15 of the Piccalilli Inn's world famous wings, tails, and ears for just $58. Prepay early and get VIP drive-through pickup service, and every order includes reheating instructions so everything is fresh, hot, and delicious on game day. For your SB 58 big game party, make the call that covers it all. The Piccalilli Inn, Route 206, Chemung, New Jersey. For more game day specials, follow them on Facebook or call now to order.
I'm David Keller from David Auto, and what a great time to be a Philly sports fan. Man, I love Philly sports, and I love being your car dealer. Getting my clients the cars they want at the right price is a passion of mine. Cars for every facet of your life, and some of the hottest cars on the planet. So if you're listening, I can be your dealer. For years, you've told me how to be your dealer. I'm just the guy that listens. Enjoy your family, your friends, and our Philly sports. And when you need me and my amazing team, we'll be there for you. Because after all, I have always been your car dealer. You just didn't know it.
Why do I go to Meineke? Because they offer same-day service. And with my busy schedule, I need my car to keep running safely.
Why do I go to Meineke? Because I get the best price for my auto repairs, and they fix everything.
Whatever your reason may be, regular maintenance, tires, brakes, batteries, exhaust systems, and more. Trust your Delaware Valley Meineke with over 50 years of doing total car care right. And for the best price.
On your way home this afternoon, the best show ever starting at 2. Now more with Andrew Salchunas on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It's 122 on the Midday Show. I'm Andrew Salchunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Our 1 o'clock hour brought to us by Ferguson HVAC Line Conklin. Attention HVAC contractors for equipment, parts, and supplies. For every heating and cooling job, visit one of Ferguson's counter locations in Bensalem, King of Prussia, Pennsauken, or Westchester. All right, I told you I had the latest set of tweets from our man, the Guru, who is not he's a Sixers fan, but not the biggest fan of Embiid and not the biggest fan of Daryl Morey. So every time we talk Sixers now, I got to have a tweet from the Guru, and at some point the laughing emoji is added into the tweet, right? Because that's where we're at. So earlier when we talked about what the Sixers should do at the deadline, and we have played that Adrian Wojnarowski clip a few times, he said that the Sixers are going to make a trade with the mindset that Joel Embiid will be healthy come playoff time, which is why earlier today, Brian Windhorst on ESPN, or on his podcast, said that he believes the Sixers could make up to 3 trades. Not just one, they could make up to 3 trades. Now, one of those 3 trades or 2 trades, I imagine, would have to be a backup big. I've been saying they needed a backup big since the start of the season. Said they needed a backup big last year, and they decided to go with the buyout at Dwayne Dedmon. But that's also because I'm not the biggest Paul Reed guy, right? So I think that they needed a trade for a big, especially now that Joel Embiid is out. Because I don't think you can stay afloat with Paul Reed as your starter and Mo Bamba coming off the bench, or vice versa, having to rely on Marcus Morris to be a smaller 5 at times. I don't think you can rely on that. So saying that leads to the Guru saying, what does that say about Morey then? After he paid a lot to carry 3 big men, now they have to look for another backup at trade deadline. When are we going to call out his player evaluation ability? Well, first of all, Paul Reed's still on his rookie contract, right? Or did he get some?
No, he was the one that got the extension.
Oh, he got an extension.
Summer.
You're right. Yeah, but it wasn't some massive deal. He was a restricted free agent, something like that. And then Mo Bamba, how much is he really against the cap right now?
He's upset about the Paul Reed. He's calling him out for the Paul Reed contract.
And
that's what that.
And look, to which I did not want to bring him back. I did not want to bring him back. I wanted to find another vet or get some young kid to play behind Joel Embiid that I think is not as raw as Paul Reed. I think Paul Reed's very athletic. He makes some wild plays for you. I just think he's still raw, and we're at a stage now where it's about winning championships and not growing players. I think a lot of people thought that now that Nick Nurse was here, he was going to grow into some great player, and he has shown improvement. He has, but I'm still not ready to rely on Paul Reed to give me 10 quality minutes in the playoffs. I'm not. So, yeah, part of being a GM or a president of operations is you make certain moves and then you evaluate as the season goes on. All right, this is not the direction we should head in. Let's try to make something happen. Why is that so crazy?
I don't know.
Now, you could disagree with the decision at the beginning of the season, or you could say, all right, this is a good start. This is what they should do next. Like getting another ball handler with Tyrese Maxey, getting a backup big to Joel Embiid, and then getting a shooter. You can't sign everybody in the offseason, right? Like, sometimes it doesn't work that way. Then he follows up with the Buddy Hield thing. Yeah, let's get another player 3 years too late. He's barely seeing the floor in Indiana. Fits right with Patty Bev because he's never been this Patrick Beverley guy. I think Patrick Beverley plays a role in a couple of areas on the team, not just on the court. I think veteran leadership's a big part of it too. Buddy Hield's still shooting 40% from three. With a healthy Joel Embiid, I expect that number to even go up a percentage or two. And then lastly, the most recent tweet that we got from our man, the Guru. Bro, why do you keep playing this clip, the Adrian Wojnarowski clip? He's literally reading off the stat sheet with zero knowledge of what's actually happening. Didn't even mention that we have two bigs still. I think he realizes that the Sixers have two bigs still, but want an improvement to the two bigs that they already have. So not only is he hating Morey, hating on Embiid, he's now hating on Woj. I realize that they have two bigs, and I want another big. I realized at the beginning of the season they had three bigs, and I wanted another big. Not to have four bigs, but to have an improvement to the backups. Your thoughts on all the tweets from the Guru, Ray? Our man,
let's see.
Who I appreciate.
See, you keep saying our man like that.
Oh my God, look, I like him.
I'm sure he's a solid dude. I'm sure. I had never been the pleasure of meeting him. I've only had the pleasure of him tweeting at me a few times. One, the question that jumps to my mind off the bat with the Guru is who does he like in Philadelphia? Because I've heard a lot about those he does not like. I'm intrigued to find out.
He likes Kelly Oubre. He likes Kelly Oubre.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad there's at least one player that he supports, that he likes out there.
Yeah, he doesn't like Jalen Hurts to the point where he's complaining about his back foot throw in the flag football game the other day.
Yeah, no, I had a nice conversation with the friend over that call because we oh, how's everything going and everything. Monday night went to the Sixers game talking. I was like, hey, yeah, the Hurts conversation, it's going the way you anticipated. We had Pro Bowl breakdown on the
that's
show.
What, you could tell he's going a certain direction now.
Yeah. So that I'm glad he at least likes Kelly Oubre. I was concerned he didn't like any player in Philadelphia, or executive, or coach, or anyone in Philadelphia for that matter. So that's good. Glad we cleared that one up. As for the Woj thing, does the Guru think he's more tapped in than Woj?
Right, because clearly somebody's telling him something.
I get it. Sometimes, national reporters don't live it day to day the way we do. Woj lives the trade deadline every second of his existence. This is his Super Bowl, pretty much. And by the way, I know you're a Shamsman. Woj has been out in front. If we're doing the scoreboard counting,
Woj is winning. Woj is winning right now.
This season, Woj has been putting up numbers.
I might be a Shams guy, but you know where I'm at when it comes to credit, where credit's due, and being honest. And Woj is winning right now.
Woj is doing his thing.
He's having a bounce back year.
I'm just he's
Tom Brady in Tampa right now. I don't know if that makes sense at all.
No, but I was going to let you have it. The Guru, you are not more tapped in than Woj. Woj realizes that Paul Reed and Mo Bamba are here. He also realizes that, hey, this team needs something more to keep themselves where they are right now and put them in a position to succeed. There's a reason why we're having a conversation about getting a backup big, because they need one. They need someone here, especially here. Talk about who they got right now without a beat out there. They need someone. Woj realizes that, and Woj is on the phone with people constantly.
Yeah, constantly.
I can't. Sorry, Guru. I can't say that you're more tapped in.
I'm at the point, not just based off of reports, but based off of what I see with my own eyes. I would be shocked if they don't get a big by the trade deadline. Like I've been shocked in the past. So maybe I shouldn't be shocked. I've been shocked in the past when they have eyes on people and then they don't get them. So then they wait to the buyout market, which is something that Morey is a fan of. The buyout market is not the same anymore. It really is. I mean, teams are trading second-round picks all the time. It's nothing. People know that second-round picks don't mean much come draft time. They mean more in terms of trade time, it seems. You hope to unearth a kid here and there, but when does that really happen other than the Miami Heat? Max Strus, right?
Some would say that
Nikola
Jokic. Yeah, I was going to say one of the two best big men in the league right now.
One of the two best players
in
the league right now. I get that. But, the whole Kyle Lowry might get bought out at some point. Maybe a team goes, you know what? I don't want to wait for him to go to the buyout market. I want to trade for him now. I don't want to rely on the buyout market. And that's something that I think Daryl Morey has done recently. So anyways, I would be shocked if they don't make a trade for a big man come tomorrow. You can't try to stay afloat with Paul Reed and Mo Bamba.
Over under 1.5 trades tomorrow.
Over.
For the Sixers.
Over.
Think it's 2?
Well, all right, hold on. Trades or trade teams? Because what if they're in a 3-team deal and they're getting players from...
We'll say the book will refund you if it's a 3-team deal.
Okay, I'll go over.
Okay.
If it's... Because I think they acquire a player from two different teams, at least.
Okay.
So I'll hit that over.
Fair enough.
All right.
I need 2. I need 2 moves.
Yeah.
I need the...
Or
I
maybe
need
even
the,
3, as Wendy said, man.
I need the backup pick, and I need the volume, just the 3-point threat. Because I need someone that could take...
Which, Buddy Hield or Bojan Bogdanovic.
I really need the Hawks to stop being cowards here. All right? I wanted to do the Battle of Bogdanovic just so bad. And
yeah, they don't care about our content,
no,
man.
they don't care about
sorry.
anything.
I'm sorry.
They took my soul in 2021, and now they won't even give me a Bogdanovic in return.
Yeah, no, they're
frustrating.
All right, the other thing that we were talking about, Joel Embiid, obviously, because we're waiting for the trade deadline. One of the things that we were talking about today is where he stands, where he ranks among other legends in Philadelphia sports history. Guy's going to be a future first ballot Hall of Famer. Guy's going to be in the record books for a lot of things with the Sixers. He's the most talented NBA player, not that I've ever seen, but most talented Sixers player I've ever seen. 7 feet tall, does what he does, can play anywhere. That doesn't mean he's the best. I'm just saying most talented. And we had Matt Breen on earlier today. He has him behind a lot of people because I also asked for this question, success, right? Like winning a championship will put you, like Nick Foles for some people is above Joel Embiid, right? Super Bowl MVP. Even though Embiid has done more in terms of an overall career, but winning the Super Bowl will put Nick Foles on top of a lot of people's list, period. Right? Like, number one. If the Sixers win with Joel Embiid, that's got to skyrocket him. It has to.
Well, I was thinking about this just after we finished that conversation. How many Philadelphia athletes have we had the conversation of they're the best in their sport right now, period? Player. And it's different for basketball compared to a football, compared to a baseball. You know, more guys in the team, more positions, you know, things. We've had the conversation with Harper with, you know, where does he stand in baseball right now as one of the best players in the sport. But
won MVP 2 years ago on a team that didn't make the playoffs. Yeah. 3 years ago. Sorry, 3 years ago.
Absolutely. We're going to see him play a new position. We're going to, you know, he's
out
superhuman.
There. He's disrespected by national media all of a sudden. Remember, I'm sure they'll put out their like top 100 player list. He'll be in like the 20s or 30s.
It was that weird, remember the impact players for the postseason?
Yes.
That weird list?
He was dead last. It was like top 15 most impactful players going into the playoffs, and he was 15th.
Yeah. Strange.
But I wonder, like, you're right. So that's another interesting angle, like the best player of their sport. You mentioned Brian Dawkins earlier today. He wasn't even the best safety at the time, right? But he is number one on a lot of people's lists in terms of legendary players. But if Joel Embiid
how do you
wins,
break down the safeties?
What, at the time?
Yeah.
Ed Reed was number one. Okay. Ed Reed was a better safety than Brian Dawkins. He was. It's okay to admit it. Ed Reed was a better safety than Brian Dawkins. It's okay. Like I don't think I'm saying a hot take. I think that's pretty. You have an opposing view on it?
I think for a lot of people in Philadelphia, the belief the argument would go to bat for Brian Dawkins.
As we should. He's Eagle legend. I'm just saying, like I can take a step back and say Ed Reed was better.
Yeah, I guess I would put him in the that.
Not everybody that played on our teams is better than everybody else.
But I guess the point for that, the overall bigger point we're trying to make here is that there's an argument to be made about him being the best safety of the time. We're talking about Embiid being the best player.
Right, player. Yeah.
Impact and all that different stuff.
So, and he might be. All right, let's here's another one of these ESPN, what are you going to do Super Bowl Sunday? This is a big one. Actually, sorry. I scrolled down. All right. Main course, Ray. Now, as you know, I'm a dipsman, so I'm more excited for the dip question. What's your go-to main course? The options: chicken wings, pizza, nachos, burgers/sliders, barbecue, chili, sandwiches, and other. Where would you be on that?
Wings always for the Super Bowl.
I already have the idea that wings will be in my belly Super Bowl Sunday. So
and then,
that's 32% the highest.
Cut-up sandwiches is a massive
That's a big deal.
piece.
Yeah, because you could just keep picking them at them.
Yeah.
That's only 5%.
See, because it's never the centerpiece. You can't win with just the cut-up sandwiches. Cut-up sandwiches are the 1B. They're the solid number 2. I mean, this might be this is, again, a complimentary piece to what ends up. Wings are the thing that are going to win the day for me. But I'm going to eat at least 4 or 5 of those cut-up mini sandwiches easily.
It's Tyrese Maxey.
The hoagie tray is nice. It's a nice.
He's a complimentary player to the big man.
Yeah. It's a good, again, you need the wings. The wings will.
You do need a wing on your basketball team, too.
You do. Yeah. And some would say wings are taking over.
Some are.
So.
Which is why people want to drink Joel Embiid. The dip one as a big one. The options. Other is on there. Hummus. Just ranch dip. Straight, I guess with the vegetables.
With the vegetables, yeah. You got to be a vegetable tray guy. Well, in ranch, you could dip the wings.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I'm a ranch guy with the wings over blue cheese.
Wow. Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
I also would go that way.
The 7-layer dip, I'm guessing that's like a taco dip.
Yeah.
Okay. I've never heard it be called that. Spinach artichoke dip, guacamole, salsa, buffalo chicken, cheese/queso. The queso dip comes in at number 1, 25%.
What?
Too much for me. And not enough. Too much in terms of like you feel like crap afterward, and it's only one flavor. Buffalo chicken dip would be number 1 for me. That's second at 18%.
Yeah, buffalo runs the day. Wings, buffalo chicken dip.
The queso being number 1 is too much for me.
A disgrace.
But people are voting it.
And, well, those people don't know what they're talking about. Okay? Queso's fine. This is not an anti-queso. This is just simply queso. You can't have queso in the top 3.
No. In order of percentages, queso was number 1, 25%. Buffalo chicken, 18%. Salsa at 12%. So that's your top 3. Then guacamole at 11%. Ranch at 9%. The artichoke dip and then the 7-layer dip tied at 8%. The other was at 5%, and hummus at 3%.
Yeah, hummus.
No surprise, hummus is dead last, even though I'm a big hummus guy. But the hummus on Super Bowl Sunday.
Time and place.
Yeah, exactly.
Artichoke, though, has to be up higher.
I agree. I'm a big spinach artichoke dip guy. Big fan of it. But yeah, the hummus, like I eat hummus probably 4 days a week because it's in the fridge all the time. It's a nice, right when I get home, have a few dips. But, I can't be Super Bowl Sunday. Like,
No.
I'm not going, Super Bowl Sunday. Time for some hummus.
Yeah, the hummus is more the, what are you bringing? Here's how I can make my impact on this place. I'm going to go outside of what everyone else is getting. I'll bring the hummus. There's not going to be 2 people bringing hummus to the same party.
No.
At least not the party I'm going to.
That's been Christy's contribution, by the way. She makes her own, and it's quite delightful.
And has there ever been a time where she's shown up with hummus and there's been someone else with the hummus?
No.
See, I rest my case.
Yeah, we're good. All right. Now here comes the more fun one. All right, even though these were all great. What is your beverage of choice, Ray, for serving/drinking? Now, the serving thing should just be, okay, whatever. The options: water, wine, beer, soda, water, wine, beer, soda, hard seltzer, and other. I'll be beer. So I'll drink a hard seltzer every once in a while.
So
I'm just not. I can't go like whiskey at 6:00.
I was gonna say, is liquor off the table here?
Well, other, I guess you would consider.
I mean, that just kind of seems a little disrespectful.
I just wonder, who's drinking liquor during a Super Bowl? Well, people are, I guess.
Some people are.
You're right.
I feel like
There's non-beer drinkers. You're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
mean, I'm going to be drinking beer, and I would give the brand of the beer, but
I'm sorry. Like my first thought of liquor is like rum and coke. Oh, when people are out and partying.
Hey, man.
I'm watching the game. I'm not trying to get messed up.
What if the game goes poorly?
Well, then that changes.
But
anyways,
there are people that do drinking games for this.
What do you think number one is?
It's not wine, is it?
No.
Okay, beer.
No. Soda.
Soda. What are we?
Serving/drinking.
Oh.
A lot of Super Bowl parties have kids, and not everybody drinks alcohol. I am surprised it's 37%, though, at number one. Beer, 33%. Then there's the drop-off, because 37 and 33, that's 70 already, right? Quick math.
That's very good by you.
Water's at 9, and then wine, hard seltzer, and other all get 7%.
All right, we got to hydrate better, folks. But soda, what is it? We got Costanza running the Super Bowl party here, bringing the 2-liter of Coke?
Yeah.
No.
I was pretty surprised that soda is by far number one.
The way you phrased that question was I was going to be shocked by it, which is why I went wine.
Yeah.
Soda was not one that came to mind as something that
But you're still shocked.
I'm still shocked.
So
I understand.
They have a blurb on all these, by the way.
You see the soda there, but who is really attacking the soda?
A third of men responded that they will drink soda, while 1 in 5 women denoted beer as their beverage of choice. So a third of men that voted on this poll go with soda. How about that?
So a third. So you're telling me that of me, you, and someone else, one of the three of us is supposed to have soda?
Yes.
According to the numbers? I don't buy it.
All right, now here we go. This is where we're really diving deep, right? Super Bowl Sunday, if you're just tuning in, ESPN ran a survey of all these different questions. And we have the percentages of what people, selected. What amount do you plan to bet on in this year's Super Bowl? Here are the options. Less than 50, 50 to 99, more than 100. This one's interesting to me. I'll bet something other than money. Now that I think about it, it's probably like not sex, but that's the first thing that came to my mind. What do you mean you bet something other than money? Anyways, what, we doing cigarettes? What's
I'll
going
buy
on
you
here?
a beer.
Oh, that's a good bet.
Where did your mind go?
It's Wednesday, hump day. So 33% said less than 50. I think that's smart. 32% say 50 to 99. 27% say more than 100. 8% say I'll bet something other than money. Where are you at, Ray?
Sorry, I'm trying to recover here from you being all horned up at 1:45 on a Wednesday afternoon.
That means we're almost done. Oh, man, it's time to go home.
Listen, I guess I just found out what your post-work activity here is.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I don't have a life.
I would guess the 50 to 99 is the one that's the
I
highest.
think that, well, no, I wonder where you're at.
Oh.
The highest is less than 50 at 33%.
Oh, well, that's good. That's better for us.
I'm probably in that 50 to 99 range.
Yeah.
I was thinking crisp $100 bill and working some stuff. Christy and I were going to make I'm going to have her do the parlay, right? Probably for $1. I don't trust her.
Oh, I also got to count in the block pools.
That's a big one.
Yeah. I'll probably end up in the. Yeah.
All right. What types of bets will you make? Winning team and/or final score, prop bets, or both? So those are your only 3 options. To me, it's both.
Yeah, it's gonna be both. I mean, we're talking about winning score. That's the block pool right there.
Right.
So, and props, I'm a major long shot MVP guy.
Oh, yeah.
Love a good long shot MVP.
Kyle Juszczyk, is that your long shot MVP?
I believe the first one that was sent to me, it's my college roommate and I that love working through this. Because I think we had Chris Hogan one year, and it was the year who won. It was the Patriots Rams. I forget who won. Hogan fumbled beginning of the game, never saw the ball again.
It was probably somebody on defense.
No, it was a wide receiver in that game.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah. We were upset. Trust me. This has stuck with me for a long time. I think Chris Jones was the first name that came up for him as the long shot that he's throwing down. So we got to workshop that one. That'll be a weekend project for me. I'm seeing him Saturday, so we will. I think he's going to be at Maxie's.
It was Julian Edelman, by the way.
It was Edelman.
10 catches, 141 yards.
Yeah, because we were upset because we were like, wow, if Hogan doesn't fumble that ball at the beginning, does Hogan get some of those receptions and maybe the world changes?
So 39% did winning team and or final score. Probably because of the block pools, like you said. And I'm sure there's not so many avid bettors that they're just going to bet Chiefs or Niners. 36% said both, which is raw, man. And the prop bets get 25%.
Yeah, it's hard for me to imagine the prop bet only person.
Right. Like, I'm only going to bet Swifties. Travis Kelce.
Yeah, well, they're betting Chiefs money line.
Or doing both. Travis Kelce anytime tutty. Come on, man. Swifties are trying to make money this weekend.
That's a good point.
Speaking of Swifties, and then we'll go back to the phones. How did you feel about Taylor Swift becoming a presence at NFL games this season? Your 4 options. It was terrible. It was great. I didn't know she was going to the games, which means you just don't watch football. And I don't care either way. What do you think got the majority of the vote?
I mean, I think it's going to be the people that are bothered most that are going to be the loudest on this. No?
Well, the loudest is sometimes the vocal minority.
Wow.
54% are with you and me. I don't care either way. I don't think it's awesome. I don't get angry. I just think she's a fraud. 23% say it was great. 14% say it was terrible. So all that, all the stuff that people complain about online, that's only 14%. 9% said I didn't know she was going to the games. So that means now I can't even say you're not a football person. You're not alive. I don't even know how you vote on the poll.
Good for you.
When you don't have a pulse.
You don't consume media like that.
No, you don't consume media, period, because you can't celebrity and then and sports. And then even politics nowadays.
Yeah.
People are saying she's gonna, have input.
Somebody asked Andy Reid about that.
Right. So you can't escape it. So I think you're lying. 9% of you are lying. Or you're dead. And somebody
voter fraud. Wow. Now you're really getting political, man. Woof.
Let's go to Mark in South Jersey. What up, Mark?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
How you doing?
Good. I do want to talk a little Phils if I can, but I had a Sixers point. The Phillies, for me, I felt like Dombrowski did what he needed to do. He didn't really need to justify, the moves he tried to make that didn't go through, obviously, with Yamamoto. I didn't think they were even going to have a chance at him because I thought it wasn't about money as much as it was about geographic location. But I feel that the direction that we've gone in since the Clintac, mess and all that, I think we're fine. So
absolutely. I mean, they've been to back-to-back NLCSs, right? Like it's better than fine. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
they're building a farm system. They have talent here. Matt Clintac is the devil when it comes to baseball.
Right, and listen, I'm already getting into baseball mode. It's going to be like 60 degrees Friday.
Oh yeah,
so I'm ready. So I'm getting my gear out. I'm ready to go. But my Sixers point, I was telling your producer, I said, or your screener, I said, listen, I just saw Sean Bernard tweeted out that Danwell House, Marcus Morris, and DeJounte Murray have all been listed questionable in the last half hour to an hour. Not saying that's something coming down the plate, but it's something to keep an eye on.
It's something to keep. I mean, for sure, it's something to keep an eye on at this point when the trade deadline's tomorrow. Thanks for the call, Mark. I'm just up against it. It's something to keep an eye on. And tomorrow's the trade deadline, and we're going to have a lot of fun with it. Best show ever coming your way next, right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
76ers and Warriors tonight. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Allstate. Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today. The Joel Embiid-less 76ers return to the floor tonight. Embiid underwent surgery yesterday on his left meniscus, and 76ers will reevaluate him in 4 weeks. The 76ers have lost 6 of 7 and have slipped to 4-11 on the season without Joel Embiid on the floor. As for the Warriors, they've won 3 of 4, including one over the 76ers last week out out west. 76ers and Warriors tip-off at 7:30 tonight. You'll be able to catch the live call right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Elsewhere in the NBA, the trade deadline looms. It is tomorrow. Yahoo Sports had linked the 76ers to the Pacers' Buddy Hield, and we've been playing the audio for you of Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN talking about Andre Drummond and Kelly Olynyk as potential big men targets for the 76ers. The Flyers won 2-1 last night over the Florida Panthers. The win broke a 5-game losing skid as the Flyers came back from the All-Star break. Travis Konechny and Noah Cates scored goals in the win. The Flyers will return to action tomorrow night against the Winnipeg Jets at 7 p.m. The Philadelphia Inquirer's Matt Breen joined the show earlier to talk all things Philadelphia sports with Andrew. Be able to catch that conversation one more time at 975thefanatic.com. I'm Ray Dunn. Breaking sports news all day, every day is here. 97.5 The Fanatic and 975thefanatic.com.
Embiid procedure is completed. Now we wait. Plus, the NBA trade deadline is Thursday. Every angle, every storyline is here at your station for sports. Breaking news. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hey, it's Jen Scordo. Last year at the Super Bowl, Rob Gronkowski went wide left on FanDuel's Kick of Destiny. Now he's back for Kick of Destiny 2. Now you can play along as well. Just choose if Gronk will make or miss. Get your free pick in right now. If you're right, you'll win a share of $10 million in bonus bets. Get in on all the action when Gronk takes his shot at redemption before Super Bowl 58. Whether you're team make or team miss, just head to the FanDuel Sportsbook app and get your pick in right now. It's free. Then tune in before the game to see Gronk's kick live. You'll win a share of $10 million in bonus bets if you're right. New to FanDuel? Visit FanDuel.com/Scordo, my last name, to get yourself signed up and make every moment more with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, an official sports betting partner of the NFL.
21 plus and present in PA, no purchase necessary. $10 million prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct pick. Prize issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Look, it's cold outside, right? Frosty, freezy in the mornings. Must be February. So if you finally had enough of the frigid drafts coming through your windows and the frustration of getting those energy bills, it's time to fight the February cold. You're going to get quality replacement windows now from Window Nation. So for this month only, replace your windows and save big with 50% off all style windows. Plus, 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 24 months. It's the shortest month of the year, but this is the best deal. The professional installation teams have over 10 years of experience. Plus, they can install your new windows in 1 day or less, and they come with a lifetime warranty. With proven quality and service, there's no wonder that thousands of homeowners trust Window Nation, and you know you can too. So don't miss out. With 50% off and 0 down, plus 0 interest and no payments for 24 months, you cannot afford to wait. And it's easy. All you do is call 866-90NATION after you've already done your window shopping online at windownation.com, and then you can schedule your free in-home estimate.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-865-2266. That's 1-800-865-2266. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-865-2266. That's 1-800-865-2266.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's BABBEL.com.
For your big game party, you better pop in to Total Wine and More for a guaranteed win. We've got thousands of bottles down every aisle, and prices so low they're gonna make you smile. Ask our helpful guides for a recommendation to add some spirits and wine to your beverage station. Discover something new and let the fun begin. Come on down to Total Wine and More for a guaranteed win.
Drink responsibly.